All right, we are back. So today's the big day, big reveal. We got the live stream from GGG starting in about 1 hour. I was gonna map a little bit before then, but there's a restart in game. I guess I should have probably anticipated this. But let's see, what's the time here? Yeah, Realm's restarting in 5 minutes. Perfect. Yeah, I guess I won't be mapping it all, but hopefully this is a quick one. So let's go see what this update is actually bringing. I didn't see yet. Let's go ahead and share that. But before I do, so we're gonna live stream the live stream. We got our bingo card. Make sure my audio's on. Yep. We got our bingo card and we've got our predictions. Of course, a lot of those are probably either going to be check mark across the box because of all the leaks that seem to be credible that are out there right now, or everything's going to be a big surprise and the leak is going to be fake news, which would be crazy. It's pretty extravagant if that's the case. So let's find out what we're doing here. See what this patch is all about. Share in a second. Let me pull this up. Obvious, welcome back. Nice to see you. I legit haven't seen any of the leaks. Do you want me to leak it for you 1 hour ahead of time? Or do you want to be surprised? My bingo card, we're going to bring up the bingo card, and some of those are the leaks, so... Anyways. Glad to see you back. I'm getting excited for the patch. The League, Third Edict. The hype is real for me right now. I feel like a kid and it's Christmas time. Okay, let's share this. Alright. Let's just go in. Patch notes. What do we got going on here? Okay, pretty light. Added support for upcoming announcement and new supporter packs. And then players can now revive each other in endgame maps outside of boss fights at the cost of attempts and portals. Interesting. Okay. Some little change to group play mechanics and res mechanics. Alright, so... I think we're going to start by watching the trailers. There's like 3 or 4 of them that have been released, I think. So we're going to go to the GGG YouTube page. We're going to watch the trailers to get a little excited. These are like 1-minute teasers or something. And then we'll go over, I think, the bingo card. And then from there, hopefully the realms are back online and we can do a little bit of mapping prior to the live stream. So that's kind of the schedule here. Let's see. We need to get the YouTube videos up. All right, so... 5 days ago. Okay, looks like there's 4 trailers. Try to bring this up in order. All right. Make sure we've got the desktop audio. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I believe this was the first announcement. Uh-oh, hold on a second. Just heard something on Twitch. Okay, we've got a timer on Twitch right now. I'm gonna mute that, though. Okay.
This weapon is our only chance to save humanity. We must invoke the Third Edict.
Okay, so what I noticed in there is one. We got his name. The what is he called? He's called, I know he's Sin in PoE 1, but they call him something different in PoE 2. The hooded one, basically, right? Versus Doriani in the first trailer, and there's definitely a sizable drop down underground in that trailer. So there's been a lot of, I guess, speculation about Delve and maybe Abyss in the interwebs here. So it's interesting going down underground for the Third Edict, which apparently is a weapon to fight corruption. There's 4 pieces to this thing, and I kind of forgot what it's actually called, this weapon. But I believe Doriani already has 1 piece of it, so we have to go find 3 pieces of this thing throughout either Act 4 or Act 4, 5, and 6. There are 3 acts left, so I don't know if we get all 3 pieces in Act 4 or if we're getting 1 piece in each act at this point. And then there is speculation that the Act 4 is going to be like an island hopping type of deal. 8 different islands that you can visit in any order, so not a linear act. Searching for what we think is, I guess, the Third Edict. Interesting. Okay. So let's check out the next one. So Bobbius saw DM's reaction to the audio guy devs, interview, which was fun, and saw the very first teaser. Nice. So yeah, I watched the audio dev interview. I don't think I watched the other interviews that came out of that. But I did catch the audio one, which I thought was interesting as well. Something I'm not really tuned into. I'm not much of a audio person in these games. I do like the music in this game is obviously good, and it usually it's good when you can listen to it over and over again forever, basically. And that's what I've been doing for since December. So 1 per act would make sense unless this is just a small part of the overarching story. Yeah, makes sense. All right, so let's check out the next teaser video that came out. I'll pull that up. I'm actually going to go to Reddit and pull it up there. That way they're all in a row. Actually, I don't know if they'll be in the right order, right? Let's pull this up. Okay. All right, here we go with the next little trailer. By the way, so the first one we dive down deep and we seem to have the Third Edict in our hands, or at least in the hooded one's hands, it seems. And here, let's play it.
In the light, we burn. In the dark, we thrive.
That's basically it. There we see a door. We see a lot of green, and so a lot of speculation online. Now, I'm not a PoE 1 player, but I do recall the green from the Abyss out of the ground. So Abyss has been mentioned as speculation, and then Delve again, just delving deep, and then some sort of combination of the two as an endgame mechanic. Kind of makes sense that GGG would probably release a PoE 1 like endgame mechanic at this point. having released the tower system, some stuff that's essentially brand new to PoE 2. They've said that they're gonna bring in the PoE 1 mechanics. So seeing a PoE 1 mechanic in this patch makes sense. So Bobius in YouTube says, loves that the audio guy unintentionally became the voice of the Goblin Troop. Now we know who to complain to. Yeah, that was hilarious. And I never really thought about it. Like, oh yeah, I guess this has to be a person, right? It to me, it's like so good. It's a goblin. I just, yeah, there's someone behind this, and it turns out it's the head of audio that essentially recorded this over a weekend or something. They said they had this little project. He took it under his wing and had some fun with it, apparently. A little too much fun, probably. And then they just put it in the game, and it's like everyone complains about it. It's pretty funny. All right. Let's check out the next teaser. So we've got... Okay, the next one is the Twitch drop. So let's pull that up. Bring it over and share. I'm not much of a MTX person. Like I'm only using the free one that I got from the PoE Fresia event, and that's just the gear essentially. I have been buying tabs, of course. I got a lot of tabs. But yeah, not much of an MTX person in any game really, and God, this feels overboard. Like for me, I don't know that I would really enjoy this in my game. I'm assuming that it only happens when you kill rares or uniques, but it's an on-death effect for them where that sun god dude comes out and explodes over their head. Interesting. And this is what you get for tuning into the Twitch stream, and that starts in 50 minutes. And you can get that on my Twitch channel. I am streaming on Twitch as well as YouTube. So if you just mute the tab, you'll get credit for the drop. And that drop is active for like the next 9 hours once it starts. And it starts in about 50 minutes, I believe. So yeah, definitely try to get your MTX over on Deucehammer TV. You just got to follow RJ. Thank you for the follow over in Twitch. Appreciate you. All right, so let's check out I think what would be the last teaser that just came out. Yes. Okay, pull this up. And then here's the last teaser. I think this came out yesterday. Monday?
Here, you will survive, no matter the outcome. Step forth into your mountain home and seal the door. If all else fails, the Val must live on.
So to me, that looks more like... What's funny is there's another door in this teaser video, and on Reddit there was a post when the first teaser door came out that this was Door League, which I thought was funny, and then another teaser with yet another door. So starting to see a pattern here. Doors opening, and then doors probably closing in this case, because what this looks like is Doriani leading the Val into a shelter, into like a last resort mountain home, in order to survive, which is kind of interesting and might have implications for PoE 1. I didn't really think about this until just now, is that now that the two games are out there and PoE 2 is 20 years into the future, however, there's all this time travel going on, things that happen in the story in one could affect the story in the other. And I'm not sure if Val. Yeah, I mean, in PoE 1, I don't think you're traveling back to the past or anything, and the Val are there, right? Or they're gone. So if they're totally gone in PoE 1 and they've been gone this entire time, but we have this instance in PoE 2 where Doriani leads Val into a shelter, and this is probably in the past since we've traveled to the past. I could see either in PoE 2 or in both PoE 1 and PoE 2 Val suddenly appearing in the present, right? That they've been sheltered all this time. So yeah, kind of interesting. All right, so now I think we're going to pull up the bingo card. Let's check out what we're doing for bingo here. Okay. I'll bring this up in Paint, I think. Yeah. Excuse me. Kind of blurry, but I think we can read it. Kind of annoying. Paint apparently only goes like 100% view to 200% view. Like I can't do anything in the middle. That's weird. Yeah, we'll go with 200%, I guess. All right, so Druid. The thing about Druid is... Oh, let me catch up on chat. Looks like some kind of fortified Valdor, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. All of a sudden, the Val are still alive, everybody. Okay, Druid. It sounds like... Inu, welcome back. Hey, if you're not in Twitch, there is a drop today. So if you go over and lurk on Twitch as well, just mute the tab, not the actual player. You'll get credit for an MTX in PoE 2. Looks kind of cool, I guess, if you're into that. I don't know. I'll probably activate it and see how it works, but it's interesting. It's like an on-death effect. So, Druid... Reports and speculation are that it's not actually going to come out this time around. There was a credible source that said that the class that's coming out is not what everyone thinks. So I think that clearly knocks off the Druid, and it could even knock off the Templar. Because I think everyone thinks the Strength Intel passive tree needs a class. So... I'd say Druid, I am going no-go on the Druid, and then Templar, I'm kind of 50-50 on. And then if there's a surprise class, I am guessing Duelist, because GGG wants to get swords in the game. So I think releasing swords and Duelist today would be pretty cool, or with the next patch on 29 August. E9! Smoke too much to care at this point. They slacking. Got the party started early. All right. Act 4. I think it's pretty well almost confirmed that we're getting Act 4 at this point with the teasers that we've gotten. It's story driven. The Third Edict, going out, finding the weapon. We know that that's what we're after once Act 3 ends. So yeah. And then in parentheses here, island hopping. There's been... some information out there that the idea is that there's 8 islands and that you can go to any one of these islands non-linear. So you choose kind of like Act 2, the middle of Act 2, when there's 3 areas that open up and you just go in any order. Now, regarding the weapons, like the weapon that we're trying to assemble, we've got 1 piece so far, and then there's 3 more missing. If we get all 3 in Act 4, I'm curious if they don't introduce some sort of randomly generated island thing where you don't necessarily know where the edicts or the third edict or whatever we're searching for is. Because if we're actually searching for a thing, I mean, I guess you'd have to maybe complete all of it and then get it at the very end. Or what if you're actually searching for it on these islands and it's random where you pick it up every single campaign run? That'd be kind of cool, actually. Obvious, I definitely get the feeling Act 4 at least will be released. Yes, I definitely have that feeling as well. So if we do see the druid, we may see surprise claws as a weapon. Of course, claws are not in the they're not in the skill gem page window in the game, so it'd be a total surprise, I think. So far with druids, everybody thinks that it's going to be staves in the human form, and then when you go to your animal form, you're just using whatever your animal form is. Major trade rework. I think that this is probably I think this is going to happen. I think they really do need to work on trade. I didn't realize how user unfriendly trade was until I started trying to sell things this league. And they're trying to open this game up and to the masses essentially, and I don't think they can actually do that with the way trade is today. Compound that with the way crafting is today. Trade is essentially the pseudo mid-tier crafting mechanic. It's way too expensive and difficult to craft mid-tier items, so you just go buy it basically. And right now, it's difficult to buy and sell. So I can see that happening. Third trial ascendancy option. People are definitely saying that this is likely to open up if we get Act 4 based on previous talk. And I'd like to see that. I'm not a big fan of the two current systems. Third ascendancies, Ranger, Sorceress, Huntress, Monk. Of course, I think we see at least a couple of these, if not maybe all of them. By the way, the leak that came out, they're saying that that's only about 40% of what is expected to drop for this patch. If that's the case, that's pretty insane, actually. Let's do this real quick. If this is working. No. Gotta re-edit this. I had this up on my screen, but moved my stuff around. I want to see the timer. Oh, it's not moving anymore. Alright, I guess I can't do that. So 47 minutes. I just did a timer check, I think. Go back over there. So yeah, it's 40 minutes according to Twitch. So, where were we? Support gem rework multiples. So in the leak, they're saying that they're going to open up support gems where you can use the same gem in multiple different skills. Martial tempo, for instance, I'd love to have that in basically everything almost, right? So that'd be a crazy change almost. Big update there if that happens. And then lineage support gems apparently are endgame support gems that are more robust and special, build defining type support gems that may be introduced. We talked about the duelist. I think that's going to be a surprise class, potentially. Tower rework. I don't think they actually rework the towers in this patch. I think it's too much ask. They may tweak it a little bit, but not a major rework. Instead, I think they're going to pipe in a PoE 1 endgame mechanic as something to buy some time, but also just to have more to do in the endgame. Strength int, passive rework, especially if a Druid or Templar comes out. Definitely should see some updates here. Even if we don't see the classes, I think we might see a bit of an update here to prepare for the classes. Of course, we've got fishing as a free space because we know that'll drop this time for sure. Swords as the class surprise and the weapon surprise. Expand the Atlas tree was a good input yesterday when we were building this. Definitely can see some expansion to that in this patch and next. I think they just continue to really expand on that. Flail if the Templar comes out. Armor defensive upgrades. So they tried to get armor updates in Dawn of the Hunt, but just didn't have time. And everybody basically poo-poos on armor. So I do think we see an update here. I'm going to love armor in this next patch probably, because I think they'll probably overtune it. And I already like armor, to be honest. Yeah, it's got some slight issues, but overall as a layer in your defensive layers, it's pretty nice. Crafting bench, I don't see that happening this patch at all. I think that leading up until the release of the game, they're going to continue to piecemeal crafting via currency additions and tack-ons, and they're just going to experiment to see what's working, what's not working, and then towards release, I think we see more of a decision point on what they want to do with crafting. Overtuning armor. So I guess armor's not been very powerful in general in PoE. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know the history of armor in PoE, but typically with these things, when they make like an overhaul or a major change, a lot of times they overswing. Not just GGG, but developers in general. For instance, we might as well talk about it. Deflection reportedly is a new defensive mechanic for dexterity-based classes that would mitigate 40% of all incoming damage, and you can scale the chance of this mitigation up to 100%, which would make this way better than armor. So if this is actually hitting the game, I feel like that's an overswing and way too powerful and better than armor. I don't understand deflection. I'm very interested to see if that hits. Act 5 and 6 I don't think happens. Spell rebalance. Oh yeah, spell casting has been kind of weak in the last patch during Dawn of the Hunt, so I can see some tuning here for sure. I think they're gonna do some work on spell casting. Over in YouTube, they will nerf armor. That would suck. That would be a swing in the opposite direction. So endgame bridge, they're thinking instead of repeating acts, everybody's been kind of asking, all right, if they release Act 4, then how do you get to the endgame? You have to repeat Act 3 or Act 2 or Act 4? What are we doing? And apparently there may be a bridge where we have little mini acts. I can't say acts without saying acts. So these would be kind of temporary, 3 of them or so, and they would just get you from level 60 to 65, kind of story driven, little mini stories. That's interesting. Good way to handle it. At least one new currency. I think we'll see that. Deflection we talked about. And then as far as the endgame mechanic, we talked about this as well during the trailers. It sounds like or looks like we might be seeing a PoE 1 Abyss Delve-like mechanic. I combined them into one bingo because we didn't have room. The bingo is saying a Delve-like and Abyss-like mechanic. So we'd have to see elements of both hit the game in order for a check mark here. But maybe we see one. Maybe we see none. I don't know. And then Asmeri Spirits fell really flat, and they were pretty excited about that, I think. So I've got a significant update to Asmeri Spirit mechanic here in the bingo card. So this is not completely locked in until we actually start. So if there's anything major that anybody feels like I'm missing here, we can update this thing. Maybe shift some things around. I'll leave it here for now. Or actually, I minimize this and see if we can actually log in. It says down for maintenance. Is that true still? Yes, okay, it's giving me the update now. I gotta exit, I guess. Okay. See if this works. Okay, while I set this up, I am going to also grab a drink and BRB. It'll be about 60 seconds or so, maybe 2 minutes tops. And then hopefully we'll be doing a little bit of mapping for the next 40 minutes or so, and then we'll tune in to the live stream and see what's up. All right, guys. We may be online. Let's verify that. All right. So yeah, let's map a little bit before. Hopefully we don't die. That would be kind of a letdown. Oh, I've got the timer up, it looks like. Oh. The timer doesn't... Oh, it is going. Okay, good. Alright, so we are in Hardcore Solo Self-Found on the Smith of Katava. And after the live stream, I'll be continuing to play here. We're trying to finish out strong. Level 88 in Hardcore. This guy's been a beast. And let's cross our fingers, knock on wood here. And going pretty well. I'm going to warm up with like a 12. Let's see, something easy here. I think we're still traveling, maybe. Oh no, yeah, we need to tab some things up actually. So we just found this location. Yeah, so I need to travel to these 2 towers, get those online. Try to get there without hitting a bunch. Where's, okay, so the overlap is here, here. Then we've got corruption here. I may travel from way the hell over here, honestly, to avoid hitting a bunch of maps. That's annoying. What is this exactly? Is this... Okay, here's the Citadel. Yeah, it looks like deserted. It looks like there's another map right here behind. Yeah, deserted. I don't know who the boss is, though. Do I really want to travel all the way? Because we're going to have to cut right through some prime real estate here. Otherwise. We at least would not be touching the corruption, but we've only got a couple of maps that are actually overlapped. But yeah, I think we're just going to travel and meander our way this way. Open this area up. Eventually cut in and hit these. Cut in over here. We got a little ways to go. But that'll really open us up for some farming. And by then, hopefully we got enough tabs to really affect the towers here. I think that's the play. What is it? Oh yeah, I didn't do one of the feral megaliths. I don't necessarily want to do it again, honestly, for a little while. We've already got the points from there. Valve Factory. Yeah, let's do it. Damn, getting super excited though. Forget who the boss is here. So even though we bumped this down to 12, Valve Factory is always a pain in the ass and dangerous. Oh shit. Was in bad position there for a second. I heard a spirit. I don't really care. Till they make an update to Delwyn and the spirits. Do you think that'll happen? Oops. Yeah, this will be my first actual reaction stream. So hopefully IT department did their job and everything works. I happen to be the IT department as well as every other department. So we are level 88, about to hit 89. I looked at the ladder the other day against my better judgment, because now it puts the pressure on. And if we hit level 91, we're on the ladder. Like, even in the 90s at some point, but 91 is for sure on the ladder, which I haven't done yet. And I wasn't really planning on doing it this league, actually. Wasn't thinking I'd get there. May still not get there, but we're close. Solo self-found has proven pretty difficult. I was so enjoying trade, honestly. Not worrying about it. I actually came away with quite a bit of currency this league compared to what I thought I would. Just due to my farming testing and stuff like that. I made a decent amount this league for, you know, compared to what I would expect for my play. Oh shit, that dude hurt me, man. Oh, no. No, he didn't. I picked up more life. He hit me at the exact same time. I was like, holy shit. Dude just chunked me for like almost half. Out of all the things that I heard and saw, the most interesting to me is that defensive deflection. Oh man. It's weird to me to have a mitigation defensive layer that is better than armor, that is geared for evasive dexterity characters. That would actually kind of upset me a little bit, actually. So far, all of these patches and updates since the Dawn of the Hunt launch, there's not been anything that I've been super in disagreement about, I guess. Like, most of it makes sense. I can see why. There's nothing like crazy off the wall. But this deflection one would be kind of a change for me in that regard. Yeah, I don't think we're really at 29 minutes because my timer keeps stopping. So let's check real quick. They drinking the juice. Oh, they crazy and off the wall. The company was founded in a garage. We've got the Doomer in chat. No, it's funny. That's true though, right? They were founded in a garage. Okay, let's see. So it's 19 minutes and 34 seconds. My timer is laggy. I don't know what's the deal with that. It's annoying. I'm going to get rid of it because it's not right. Okay. It'll be very interesting to me to see the nerfs and the patch notes and everything based on the last release and how bad it went and how they heavy-handedly nerfed everything to the ground and the vision and all of that. Because they came out and they said, yeah, this was the worst patch we've ever released. So I'm hoping that there's a different approach this time around with regards to power level, nerfs, and everything else. Enjoy Lightning Spear while it lasts, though. I think that, I mean, they are going to nerf that. The whole Rake, Blood Hunt, Lightning Spear meta, I think, is going away. Alright, let's do this. As a dev myself, I feel they truly meant that. Yeah. they would have reverted a lot of giant nerfs to not be so serious. Come on out here. Whoops, I'm standing in it. God damn it. Watch out, watch out. Hell yeah. Taking a 7.2 million damage spark build to 60k damage is unreasonable. Yeah. And spell casting in general is just in a terrible state right now after all of that. Never really got the love afterwards. Okay. We are traveling. Let's keep traveling. Let's do a time check real quick. I think I'm gonna unmute actually. We're 16 minutes away. I'm gonna unmute for myself so I at least get any sort of notification. And this will probably be the last map here. Yeah, for sure. And then we're just gonna watch the timer for 5 minutes or whatever. So we'll do a T14 hopefully. I'm not even, this is HCSSF and I'm really not locked in, so I'm gonna actually bump it down to 12 again. And just travel. Hopefully safely at this point. I can hardly think. Steaming Springs. So this is actually irradiated. Having fun in POE 1, waiting for the 29th, averaging about 10 to 100 divs a day in easy farming mechanics. Holy crap. Is that normal for League in POE 1, or is that really good? Because it sounds really good. So you guys can actually hear the music too. So you'll hear the music.
You will be captured, stupid beast.
So again, I am on Twitch as well as YouTube, and if you're not on the Twitch side, there is a drop. So you'll want to log into at least somebody's channel, hopefully mine, and lurk there by muting the tab, and then you'll be getting the drop. As long as you've done, you know, kind of the initial setup, you link your account. There are instructions out there in order to get the drop, which is a cool on-death MTX. It looks like when you kill rares and uniques, you get something for it. I'm gonna bump down that music a little bit for you guys. And then once we are live, I'll be messing with audio a little bit more to make sure we can all hear. And I'm gonna turn off the music in here. There. 1.4 billion damage. Yeah, I saw that. 21k shielding now. That just seems outrageous. I don't know what's normal in POE 1 for end of league. It's like mid league too. Choose some people who got 30, 40k shielding and 10, 20 billion damage. Shoot. Oh, some people got that much. Wow. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the delirium. I don't think I have a golden charm in this league. Nice. I think they work now. Golden Charms did sell well. Yeah. 3 types and they offer different things. The influencer. Oh, I thought those were uniques. So a normal golden charm has a similar. Need to look at that. Melee, 1 for tanking, 1 for spells. Interesting. Let's grab this. I wonder if I'll be able to finish this map in time, because I am... Man, I'm excited, dude. I'm ready. I want to see what's up. Hello. 3 rares, at least. Or maybe 2. Spiked speed. Ooh, yeah, there were 3. What the hell? Crazy. Let's go down here, get these. It's like we got another shrouded. Okay. I don't like this blood stuff. It's a unique that is, don't know if you found unique or reg. Yeah, I was, it was like a regular one. The unique one, I have not dropped, I don't think, this entire league. Oh yeah, I didn't add sprint to the, did I? I don't think I added sprint to the bingo card, which I think would be a very genius way to handle the speed situation. Keep the combat speed the same, but offer a, like a travel system when you have to backtrack and stuff. Of course, that system's going to be somewhat dangerous in hardcore. Like, even if you think you're just traveling, if you even get hit, it looked like you would get knocked down completely. It's going to be very interesting to see how much of the leak is actually true or not. And whether or not they address it. Because I don't know how often information like that gets truly leaked ahead of the live stream. How rare is that? Because they might be a little upset about that. All the time? Okay, so it's normal. Okay. So they're not very good at controlling leakage, I guess. Files are uploaded ahead of the time for most of the games. Yeah, it seems like the patch was very sizable earlier, so I think that they just uploaded a bunch of stuff that's probably already being data mined as we speak.
I've nowhere to keep that.
All right, we did it. What are we looking at for time here? 7 minutes. We are going to go ahead and basically jump into the stream here and just kind of chit chat. Oof, this music right now. Okay, I'm going to turn it up. Just let me know if there's any audio issues. Okay, we're gonna share. Get this stream online here. Whoops. Get this over here. And okay, so we got the bingo card screen ready to go. I think the audio's on. Yep. All right. I think we're good. So 6 minutes left. Man. So if I actually get into POE 1, I could do this every 2 months. Oh my god. Like, I need to actually get into POE 1 in a meaningful way, like I'm involved with POE 2 right now, so that I can do this every 2 months. How awesome is that, though? Yeah, so if you're in both games every 2 months. Yeah, last league was like 6 to 7. I heard the POE 1 league, the last one was almost 11 months or something crazy by the time they finally released it. But yeah, if you're in both games, every 2 months now with their cycle, 4-month release cycle for both games, staggered, every 2 months you will get a league in Path of Exile and go through the teaser season and refresh, restart. Oh man, like, I don't even know how I'm gonna play other games. I will say, when Borderlands 4 comes out, I will have to somehow find a way to play Borderlands 4 at least. There are other games that I'll have to play, but dang, the content, there's a lot of content packed behind these two games on a release cycle like that. Very nice. I'll bump this up a little bit. Just let me know if audio gets out of whack. Yeah, let's go ahead and kind of check the bingo card out a little bit. We'll leave it up just for anybody who's coming in and out of stream. Yeah, let's see. Let me see. So, what was it that I thought I missed earlier? I can't remember exactly what I was thinking. We missed something on this bingo card that's probably going to come up. Oh yeah, sprint. Yeah, I don't see sprint anywhere, so that's a big one. I wonder if there's a way we could remove claws and put claws with druid, since they would come out only if druid comes out. Let's just leave it. Okay, I'm just kind of doing some upkeep here, making sure we're online and ready to go here. While we're waiting, I have been making updates to the channel. You'll see new emotes, new badges, and everything else. Just trying to actually, since we were in the lull in POE 2, it was nice to kind of work on the channel itself. And then I haven't released a video in a while, but I've been working on a new player guide, and honestly, I bit off a lot because it's proven very challenging to create a guide that is going to be helpful, streamlined, informational, and clear to a viewer. Like, I'm very much editing a lot of content in order to show what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, it's been quite the endeavor for me, actually. I think that I'll be able to release it this weekend. And then from there, I've got another, I'll probably do like a League Start video. I do have an idea there for League Start. Basically, unless we see nerfs to the Stomping Ground Rake, which we probably will. But I'll be looking at, are they going to nerf Rake? Are they going to nerf Stomping Ground or strength stacking in general somehow? Is strength stacking going to be viable some way, somehow, with the new stuff that's released? Is Stomping Ground still going to be a thing? Because overall, I feel like for League Start and PoE 2 right now, that Stomping Ground strength stacking is super, super strong, and just a very streamlined way to level just about any class, I think. So I've actually taken that strategy on every single starting position in the passive tree. So this video would include like rough build guide draft for passive tree for every single starting position if interested in strength stacking your way through the campaign, and then shifting into an end game build for your characters later on. I've done it on the Witch. I'm doing it on the Monk currently. I've done it on the No, I didn't do it on the Mercenary. Did it on the Warrior, Huntress. So yeah, that's Warrior, Huntress. Yeah, if I didn't do it on the Mercenary starting position, but yeah, the build, that's interesting. I might have to try to run through a campaign start. Maybe that'll be my League Start practice. And I've done it on the Monk and the Witch, so. Of course, I haven't done it for Intel. Here we go.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, and welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2 for Third Edict.
I have called you here to save our people, to save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty. Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors! Show us your strength! Show us the true way! I understand. I open your call.
Damn.
Makuramakoi will rise.
Act 4. 3 interlude acts. Okay. Support gem overall. Sprinting. Oh my god. So the leaks were true. For reals. This. Oh. Whoa.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline. But that's not all. There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too. After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills,
Buffed.
and yes, there are buffs. Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one. We'll then go over our new supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 PM Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they should give you some nice details to chew on.
This is looking very large.
We've got a lot to cover today.
There's
But
a
first,
lot.
Another announcement. When the Third Edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of Exile 2. That's right, Path of Exile 2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key. The free weekend will end on September the 1st, so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. Alright, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doyani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict. The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to Kingsmarch, hire a ship, and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose. Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek. Or maybe you will visit the volcanic shores of the Isle of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfite and driven by some dark force.
Gross.
Perhaps you will choose to consult with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle incredible bosses.
A challenger!
Dude.
Come, Yama sees your soul!
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna. Act 4 contains over 100 new monster types, 16 new areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here. We want to give you a chance to discover it all for yourself.
Act 4 and trade
What happens after
changes.
Act
Yeah,
4?
this is
Well,
big.
until now, you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do?
Interlude.
Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the interludes. The interludes are a set of 3 temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released.
This looks so good,
It will
though.
take you to level 65, where the endgame can begin. The first interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham Village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the local farmlands. You will discover new areas and new bosses. You'll need to find your way through the darkness.
Yeah, interludes are going to be cool. That's a
Uncover
good
the
way to
source of
handle
corruption.
this.
Soon you will serve our master.
And defeat it.
Yes.
What's up with these baby, like, real puppets?
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you return to the Vasteri Desert, where Asala has been given a sacred duty. When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water, but they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari, find those responsible for disrupting the gifting, fight even more new bosses, discover the secrets of the ancient ritual,
Wow.
discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3. As Royal Thaumaturge of the Vaal, Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Vaal deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live and may be key to defeating the beast. The journey up the mountain will be dangerous. New foes stand in your way. And the further up
Another
the mountain
bird
you
boss.
venture, the colder it will become. Explore caves of ice and enter the vault itself. Who can say what you will find within? The interludes are 6 to 7 areas each and generally include 4 boss fights as well. When you put that together with Act 4, that adds up to 35 new areas in the campaign and 24 new bosses.
That sounds
It's
so...
worth making clear that the interludes are temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all, but don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away.
Nice.
And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was a pretty big chore to have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character.
Yes.
And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well.
Sprinting.
So let's talk about sprinting.
God, yes.
In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Because of that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground. The best
Whoa.
idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger.
Hopefully
If
you
do
don't
need to
trip
run
on
away from
rocks.
monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to PoE 2's gameplay. What I like most about it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that, without having to compromise on PoE 2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later. And that's because what I want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems. Now, support gems are one of the most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the major issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
Yeah. Big time.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype, but now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame, because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression.
This exact screenshot was leaked.
There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost of 30% less reload speed. At tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
Nice.
In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful. Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
That's cool. That is cool.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
This game just got way more complex, I think.
Rare.
Yeah, we're gonna break that goddamn game
common.
like right immediately.
Some of them are build defining. Others are just straight up power upgrades.
We're gonna be breaking the game.
All in
Oh,
all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes. We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available.
nice.
As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies. But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies.
Dude, that's gonna be fun.
And a new buff skill called Ice Tip Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Oh, that
This
is
already
cool.
gives clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability. We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target option.
Nice.
And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses.
I was just gonna
This is
say.
actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it.
Some
Another
really
thing
awesome
you'll see
changes
throughout the game
coming.
is
I
making movement
agree.
Feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had. Now Toxic Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily. And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called Toxic Domain. It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
Yes.
Another skill that was annoying to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use. But it also means you can support it with projectile supports. And it now also has Area of Effect, making it a tool for more than just single target, and allowing it to scale into the endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage Archer. This is a meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself to use a skill of your choice. Of course, one of the other big problems the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the 3 defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently,
Evasion.
evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give you a mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion. And
Interesting.
there's a bunch of it available on the passive tree too. Deflection is rolled in addition to evasion, so this is an upgrade for regular hits too. And unlike evasion, there's no maximum chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the Mercenary and the Monk, but especially the Huntress, are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics,
So
let's
it's
talk
like
about
block
and
from
parry.
POE 1.
Now, one of the big
Interesting.
concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use. This makes parry much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities.
Nice.
This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit, but overall you should feel much safer.
Passive block nerf.
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the mustard, so we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but also add some more as well. Let's start with a buff. Volcanic Fissure now branches into multiple fissures, giving it much more clearing potential. We've also added a new skill called Forge Hammer. This skill throws a molten hammer that does a slam at a distance. You can recall the hammer back by using the skill again if you like, but the cooler thing to do is to use a Warcry near it. Using a Warcry makes the hammer explode, making a bunch of volcanic fissures around. Volcanic fissures re-trigger when you slam them, so it's a great skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss. We also buffed Perfect Strike to have a much larger area of effect, and changed Molten Blast to not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now.
That is nice.
The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
God, they've been cooking up, man.
And you're going to want to ignite monsters
Crazy.
due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry. Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do, use it to channel Kaum's ancestral power. Every attack will be ancestrally boosted with fire. Your very steps will explode, triggering volcanic
I have no
fissures.
idea what class to
And molten
play,
walls will
and we
erupt
don't
from
even
your
know if there's a new
attacks.
class. But yeah, I never noticed the red flash either.
Warrior
honestly.
shield skills were another area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got Sprint, we actually don't need to have a cooldown on shield charge anymore. It now also does more damage the further away you are when you use it.
Inu's back. Rip my computer.
Shield
Oh
wall
no.
got
I'm sorry to hear that.
significantly upgraded AoE.
Glad you're back.
Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield Warcry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block.
Nice. That is so good.
Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we changed the Sunder interaction with Armor Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses.
Hell yeah.
Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively buffed its damage. It also now scales with your weapon damage too.
I think I just got the joke that Inu saying rip his
Since there's no
computer
limit
for
anymore,
those fire
if you build
skills.
around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems. In order to make that easier, we added some new sources of endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we've made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud. We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so that you can get all the benefits with 1 point. and encased in jade no longer removes the jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense.
Is this just the first class that they're doing a deep dive on?
Next up, let's talk about accuracy. Accuracy was always intended to be something that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy.
Nice.
Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now. We also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against elemental damage. It's now available on items and in a lot more places on the passive tree.
It's a modifier, though. That's a modifier slot.
One of the most important improvements we've made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class. The Mercenary is also a good chance to talk about how we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds.
Nice.
And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing. Burning skills need to cause burns that last longer.
And
making skills
burn
like
harder.
Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely. We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit, even tiny pellets. So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs to crossbow skills, but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
Nice.
Another issue on the Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them,
Nice.
and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff.
Oh my
And you can use
god.
them when you get enough glory.
That is such a big change.
On which, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting point, we just straight up removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions now always hit, which makes them way better.
Nice.
Brutes got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the Brute's Warcry can detonate them too. Unearth was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they also got a new jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster. Ray's Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have.
Yes.
To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Hell yeah. Yeah, this looks fun. Like, if I hadn't
Also, a
played
lot
this
of new
game...
spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool. The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of
E9,
balance
50
changes in
Frost
the Witcher's
Mages
Ascendancy
before,
classes, but I'll just talk about
150
two of them
now.
for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class.
All of this stuff was in the
In
leak.
order to make picking the Blood
like
Mage a
this
better
here.
early option, we made Sanglemancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately.
Thomas
On the
Grimm,
Infernalist,
welcome
the demon
back.
form wasn't something
Yes,
people were really
minions
using
are
because
looking
you lost your
good, huh?
weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now. On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily.
Dude, what is going
Wind
on?
Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort.
Look at their
Now it
spirit.
just dazes on hit, meaning a single wind blast
Unreserved.
will make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break your enemy's stance. When their stance is broken, following up with a fast attack will do way more damage. A cool build that certain people always enjoyed in POE 1 was hand-to-hand combat. But until
Look at the
now, we
bar.
just didn't have a real way to make it viable.
Just fisticuffs, that's it. And
Well, that changes now.
running.
The Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm technique, a keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Oh my god.
All quarterstaff attacks now have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and Evasion on your character.
That is such a good way to handle that.
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too. Now, one of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill, allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the Monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Damn.
In addition, he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills.
Obvious was right.
He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight.
Whoa.
Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively. Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is debuffs like Elemental Curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix that, we're making quite a lot of game-wide changes to these kinds of mechanics to broaden what they apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Nice.
And things like Frostbomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other skills. We also wanted to make switching between different weapon sets smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more effectively. To do that, we've removed the weapon switch time, and now happens instantly. This applies game-wide too.
Nice. Yeah, Monk does look OP.
And we didn't just want to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a Frostbomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles.
Oh, that is sick.
Ice Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies as each fireball hits.
How cool does this
Or you
game
can go
look,
lightning
man?
on lightning with arc. This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Full Palpatine, nice.
Get fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to
Oh
rain
man,
down ice
Inu
at the
needs a
same
new
time as the
video
fire.
card. So sorry to hear
And
that.
add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix. Or use it with all three to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
Yeah, weapon swap instant is
Cold
huge.
Snap
I
has been
agree.
simply turned into Snap. Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once.
Look at that.
We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too.
Dang, dude.
On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples. The Black Flame Covenant keystone converts your fire spells to chaos and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Oh, that's cool.
The Ritual Cadence keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class. Overall, there are more than 100 new notables on the tree, usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well.
That is crazy.
Check out the old version. And here's the new
Oh
version.
my
It's a lot
god.
more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than before. Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree. We tried to be a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage.
That's cool.
Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate. A lot of these have themes aligning with Ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example. You have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments, depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
A lot of meat on the tree, that's for sure.
Another Ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy. In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to lightning, and you will do extra lightning damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers.
That is cool.
Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun
Oh
threshold.
wow. Where is this on the tree? Ranger.
Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems.
Wow.
Now, another major change is attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives.
Did you see many
So we lowered
drawbacks on
attribute
those?
requirements
That's
by
interesting.
25% across the board. That means you'll have more points to spend on interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more strength, dex, and int. Now, there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the cooler ones we wanted to show off, but I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League.
Yeah, the
Rise
attribute
of the
pressure was
Abyssal.
ridiculous.
And to do that, I'd like to hand things over to Mark.
Dang,
As you
man.
just saw, even though there are major changes to the campaign for this update, we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion, each area feels different with something extra going on. It is really important to make sure your experience when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So,
Rise
let's
of the
delve into the
Abyssal?
details of what Path of Exile 2's
Thought it was the
first
Third
official
Edict.
league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclast, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits.
Oh, hell yeah.
The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the abyssal underground. As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves.
That looks cool.
As hordes of abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards.
Nice.
If you are able to kill them all, the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot. Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense. It doesn't stop there. When monster mods are absorbed, they have a chance to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers.
Yeah, this is kind of a reuse from
For
POE
example,
1.
You defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner, and is now amplified in danger and reward. Abyssal pits also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
Isn't that kind of from POE 1 too, the unique jewel or
If
something?
an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near abyssal pits are affected by the abyss too. They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items. So, that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards.
Hell yeah. That looks fun.
There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits. You can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding
Crafting
a
mechanic.
special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In Act 2 of the campaign, you'll encounter a new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men.
If they go zigzagging
After
across the
clearing through
map,
this
that's
area, you'll
basically
find
an
the Well
Asmary
of
spirit.
Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you.
That looks cool.
So how do you reveal the mods on your abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
Yep.
Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows that allows you to place an additional ballista totem. Or this one that adds spirit to your staff.
Nice. Wow.
Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills.
Minion's gonna go crazy.
And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones. With a preserved vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights.
Maybe use a staff. I don't
Here
know.
are some examples of
Interesting.
those mods. You always get a choice of 3, so you can avoid anything you don't think your character is capable of.
Wow.
With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making it just a full-on abyss ruckus. Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out.
Oh, you can go underground. Interesting.
There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this crafting. That covers the new crafting mechanic. So what's left? Well, we talked about how when closing pits you can get abyssal troves, but sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths.
So you can throw your weapon in, you can throw yourself
After
in
jumping into
even.
the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier.
Damn.
Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable due to the abyssal modifiers on the monsters, it has its own specific drops too. One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor. These are a bit special in that you can only have one equipped at a time, but give some pretty powerful effects. Think of them as almost a unique socketable for your equipment.
Nice.
In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber.
Another door.
In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal factions to plunge Rayclast into a lightless void. Your goal is simple: kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League, and there are some pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets, but hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables. This one, for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is.
What? That's weird.
You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version.
What?
And has multiple depths. The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your fantasy of becoming part Abyssal Lich.
Wow.
Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory,
Throw it in.
your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in.
Oh, wow.
The items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So, what's the worst that could happen? Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself.
You can throw yourself in. Interesting.
Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps.
They've been cooking, yes.
These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the new boss fights many times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss.
This guy's weird.
Ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug.
Nice
Holton
one,
is an
Thomas.
Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos. Given some of the new bosses added are a bit more epic, such as the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead, we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses.
Nice.
In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water biome, you'll encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map. Another example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess.
Oh,
Use
here
the
comes
key
trade
to dispel
updates.
the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a lineage support which can come from the Faradin Swordmaster mentioned earlier, we have Garo Khan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable. From the boss sealed in the Vaal Vault, we have Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life.
Seems cool.
Additionally, some maps can now spawn summoning circles, a room resembling an Ezomite henge. Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work, as the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark.
Uh-oh.
We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding. Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items
Yeah,
dropped as its
you see the item rarity and
Whereas
waystone
the
drop
Venom
chance.
suffix modifier, which causes enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
Pack size, interesting.
Some maps will end up having a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this. So, that's your Atlas, maps, and waystones, but what about Breach, Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content. There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points. For example, in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too.
Yeah.
Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content.
Oh, wow.
This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it at maximum difficulty. To address this, each content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the Realm Gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the Realm Gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost.
Interesting.
This means if you want to run easier difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame. Because these encounters now just require splinters, their corresponding atlas tree no longer affects the difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels. The second, Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss atlas tree, ensuring those citadels are at their highest difficulty level.
Okay.
Since we're talking about pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s. We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple. Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants Crackling Palm, a skill which empowers your unarmed attacks, granting the ability to call down the storms themselves on enemies you hit.
Oh, wow.
Put simply,
That monk is looking
every monster
good.
you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning. Pair this with the aforementioned Hollow Palm technique to embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have Foresight, your dodge roll no longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
What?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items.
How did they have so much time to do all of this?
Talking about finding items is one thing, but what about crafting them? We've taken a step back and looked at some of our crafting systems to make some notable improvements. Let's start with essences, which suffered from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the tools or excitement that a crafting system
This could be
should provide.
big.
To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways. Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values.
Wow.
Meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Deterministic,
We
aka.
found that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items. For example, this Lesser Essence of Flames, which will be able to add a flat amount of fire damage to your magic martial weapons. Secondly, we're adding many more tiers. That Lesser Essence of Flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade.
Yeah, I'm a little new to this.
The intention of this is so that when
Update
you find one
cycle.
early on, you don't worry about holding on to it till later to use on a higher level item.
'Cause this is a lot.
You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign.
Wow.
Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called
Granox!
Perfect Essences. will
Over
function
on
like a
Twitch,
Chaos Orb instead
gifting
of
in
a
front of
ring.
everybody.
So
Interesting.
it will replace one of the modifiers on your
50.
rare items with the specified
I hope
one,
I got one.
such as this Perfect Essence of Flames. You'll notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The Perfect Essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking of in-game, we really wanted to expand our crafting options for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
Whoa.
This is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting. These higher tiers will also exist for Orb of Augmentation, Regal Orb, Exalted Orb, and Chaos Orb.
This is huge.
Meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods. On top of these new core crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at normal rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in.
What?
And yes, they can be corrupted for
Oh
yet
my
another
God.
socket. You can also get exceptional unique items.
Wow.
To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used. Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item, but generate a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next Divine Orb used on a rare item to re-roll the values of its modifiers, allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values, raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game. This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified. Sanctified items cannot be crafted, just like corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
Wow.
Another is the Omen of Chaotic Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build. Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters. With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago, you'll be able to now find a new currency item, Henikora's Lock. Henikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures.
She looks crazy, dude.
Including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock onto an item gives you that same power too. For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is.
What?
So, with all these new crafting improvements, it's safe to say you're going to be making some epic items, and not necessarily just ones for yourself. So given that, it's time to talk about a massive one.
This is crazy.
Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been waiting for. Fully asynchronous trade. Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums, through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from people who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this, and this has been a long time coming, we're adding a new system that allows you to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please.
Can they be logged
can
out?
even be offline.
Oh, wow.
With the
Offline.
introduction of King's March in Act 4, you will encounter Ange, assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so, since Path of Exile 1's storyline, Faustus has handed down his knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is now ready to take over his business. If you have a hideout unlocked already, you can immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an island in Act 4, allowing you then to take a slice of it for yourself, making it your new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Hell yeah.
So, how does this new system work?
Big
In
sales.
the existing trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them. Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set using in-game currency items, such as Exalted Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will instantly teleport your character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item, and while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all.
Gold sync as well.
As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold.
P9's
And
going to
you'll also
be
see an effect
absolutely
above
filthy
Ange in your
rich.
hideout when she has unclaimed currency. Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
Hell
As
yes.
many people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the Third Edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of feedback around this new system and are looking forward to trying it out with you. As we are not able to test internally with an entire, thriving economy, there will certainly be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Justice and Trathan Executioner packs.
What is going on with this on the left and the right?
Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by
Man, I
calling
gotta
down
say,
the
this is
Banner
a
of Justice
huge
portal.
update, way bigger
The
than I
Sphinx
thought it
Mystic
was gonna
hideout
be.
decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares.
Well,
Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of the eternal gods with the Apostle of
Looks pretty
Justice
good.
armor set. This armor set also comes with a matching back attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice herself will appear to decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies. Witness as she decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
that's pretty cool, actually.
The Griffin fledgling pet will be your courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayblast. Take your place in the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout.
Yeah, I'm really glad the trade
This
hit.
hideout comes with many different sections for setting up your home or base of operations. In order to travel between them, you simply just need to walk off the edge. Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
I need to update my hideout.
The Trathan Executioner pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might,
Good God.
crushing slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel. As a Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their corpse.
Ugh.
The nobles of the 4 major Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the Cruel Trathan Executioner armor set. The matching Cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak.
Damn.
Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the Cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this effect and the cloak use the same kill streak for tracking how much blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's
Execution, thirsty business.
They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid efficiency to punishing the damned of trifles. Each map you open will execute the next victims.
Are you serious?
This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics.
That's
Let's
a
get into
lot.
the Q&A.
Holy
But
crap.
firstly, I
So
want to give a
trade thing
huge
looked a
thank
bit
you for your
clunky.
ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
It looked like you could add
Afterwards,
tabs.
At 11 a.m. NZ time, or
I'm gonna turn it down for a little bit here as we transition over to the Q&A. But yeah, that's crazy. I just don't know how they had so much time. Like it seemed like they were so busy, and they moved into this development cycle with POE 1 that was time based. So I was kind of assuming that this update wasn't going to be that big. But let's bring up the bingo card real quick as they go into Q&A. We're pretty much knocking all of this off. I'll let this play, and I'm just going to mark these off. But yeah, let's see here. Oh, yeah. No new class, guys. No new class. Interesting. Oops.
Hello, and welcome back, Exiles. After a absolutely monumental reveal, we now have...
There's some sound issues with them right now. I'm going to turn it up, but I don't want to blow out ears or anything when they fix it.
Grab a snack and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss...
Okay, it might be on my end.
A lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything, but we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
There's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because there was, I guess it felt like there was a lot of pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. You know, we need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that people have been unhappy about. So you know, like we really tried to do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As it didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time. Like that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly going to be happy once we finish the campaign because we're going to be back to normalcy again. But yeah, it's a what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players.
There we go. They fixed it.
Not necessarily the in-game players as well because you've got all of the the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the in-game too. So the in-game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right,
where
right.
we were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Literally
And-
made a tier list up there. Like, this
we
is
had a
T1,
tier
this is
list.
T2.
We
like,
actually fully
yeah.
of every problem, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know there were things in there like performance and things that aren't
Yeah.
necessarily the actual game content. And
I mean,
all
the
this kind of
very
stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was, campaign is a slog, right? Like, that was the one
Yeah.
that we were like, we got to solve that. So things like that were just like, because we're really trying to be honest about, like, here are the real issues.
And the reason it ends up being a bit nerve-wracking is because we had a goal to fix all of it, and we didn't get to fix. We aren't fixing literally everything. We're fixing almost, a lot. And I'm sure a few new problems introduced here and there. However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like, a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, like, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where like we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix like all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in like a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to like be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that.
Welcome, Marceline.
So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class, like it feels really terrible. But we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut, like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in, and make sure all those changes are great, and make sure obviously you've got answers for stuff, right?
I imagine for druid, it's a big part of it's just the fact that the shape shifting, getting it looking and feeling. right,
No, I mean it's
really,
a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
That
class
is true.
too, which
That is true. Every class is a step
Not
up from
helping.
the last in terms of that. Yeah.
Yes. So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling most
I've
finished?
always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's
Yes.
that's
It's
kind
a
of a
little
pretty
bit
glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah,
having
to be
swords.
honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that
It is
would be
weird when you think about
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
It's
so
real weird.
unusual.
It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got
So
that.
that,
going
I
on.
am surprised about no
Nice.
class.
Some sort of duelist or something, most likely being
Yeah.
the sword one. And as you said, the ascendancies are just kind of the same boat as they weren't. You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that.
Yeah.
That obviously adds quite a lot. But we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Those those kind of like Atlas events, and it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then of course, once you got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we start to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have, and that's we start to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also I think will help bridge is the kind of mid-end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but like it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got like obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
Nothing's there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you've got all these like how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty, the access to the different difficulties, by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like
of course you got the league now in endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
The Wisps were Wisps, sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like wasn't
not a full-fledged
not what we've done before. And a lot of people in POE 2 may not really even know what a league is. I mean, we kind of had it with Dawn of the Hunt, but I mean, having Abyss in every single area. There are
I'm confused about Third Edict versus Rise of the Abyss for the league name at this point.
And you have, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of in-game just added by the league's existence as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah, so, you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific interactions with basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue exile's standing there, you get a special boss based on the rogue exile. So that's a rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's a guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree integration in the way that it would later on as it becomes like a core element?
No, not the way that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone crafting.
Yeah.
We depending when the league ends, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league
is
and how we handle this stuff in POE1. I'll over-explain it a little bit, but generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core game immediately, sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the result.
Different because it's not a separate tree, and that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
I would expect the Abyss to come with a little section of the Atlas tree, honestly.
It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the 040, though. Like, that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded. And it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well, that's what I'm talking about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now, though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah, and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you even...
Some of them, we made some changes to that, actually, as well, since last night. and thus it wasn't in the live stream accurately.
Right now.
It was talking about how you have to complete specific objectives like killing the Delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just now you follow the quest line, and there's a point in where you get the tablet, which is after you find the League and you kill the, just do a Delirium, you successfully go back and get a tablet. You're also going to get the first 2 points there. Now I wanted to change it so that you can get if we have 8 points, you get 4 points before the pinnacles and 4 points from the pinnacles. Right now it's 2 and 6. We're still looking at this just because we made a change last night. There's a good chance we might end up, adapting this a little bit more. So it's the first 2 points come even sooner and even more obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to get those
Still
first 2
scale the
points now,
difficulty
which
the
was
same.
mentioned there. No longer going to be the case.
But
with the release,
we just want to really make sure we're smoothing that progression through, getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, was you've got this kind of world map. It seems to be exploration focused. The recent updates you did in Daughter of the Hunt actually, I felt were a big step forwards in that regard. There was a lot more exploration, with the new unique maps, and even towers. I felt like when you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hills, and that's like a cool motivator that pulls you through, and that helps with that mid game issue you were talking about. Is that kind of the goal? Is to make this like really exploration focused?
It's certainly something that I really love, and the more things you add to the Atlas, the more it feels like you're finding things. But yeah, so we definitely appreciate the concern with towers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to do here, just because there's obviously a lot in flux there still. But yeah, it's something that we understand the problem, I would say. I would understand that there's an issue, and so yeah, we will be addressing that a bit later.
Yes, the brand name of towers seems somewhat marred currently. It seems like almost no matter what you do with them, there's going to be some sort of maybe just delete towers because we have the bad association with it.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision. Even if we remove the mechanic and do other stuff, we'll just keep them there. So I still think it's fun to just find a tower just to get a circle of vision around it. So I don't think that's the part that people are unhappy about with them. So therefore, it'd be fine to keep that and move other power sources and other things that you can do somewhere else.
And I even like the empowering the maps because that is an element of control, which is another thing people.
Well, I mean, I still want something.
He's going to get a lot of hate if he starts saying he likes towers.
I guess the issue seems
you get
to come down
downvoted
to,
very
from what I
quickly
see,
in Reddit if you say that you like the
about
tower system.
their
Trust
issues
me.
with towers, but the issue, as I see it, is about that feeling that you still need to be stacking tower mechanics on top of other stuff, and if you're not kind of bringing all those things together, then it feels like you're wasting time.
My fundamental issue with them is the way that you know that something sucks before you even run it, and that's always bad.
Yeah.
Effectively, it's if you're running maps that don't have a tower around them, you're like, okay, well, I know this is bad, or and so I feel bad because I just have to get to the next tower, and then when you've done one tower, but you know that 2 tower overlapping is a thing, then you're like, okay, well, I feel bad running a 1 tower overlap thing when I know that 2 tower stuff is a thing as well. So
it's a lot of travel and setup.
You know that it sucks beforehand, and I think that's never a good thing. It's actually the opposite of the action RPG philosophy of the reason you have random drops is because any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Don't slow us
If you
down
don't have that, then
from
it's
farming, grinding.
you feel bad for playing the Connet because you know it's not the best already. So you need that random element more. So there needs to be some adjustment to make that better.
Yeah. Do you think that's bringing up?
And you take care. It's good to see you.
Base map experience can
Hopefully
be
we'll see you in the next league.
Upper potential, adding more interesting confluence of variants.
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is lack of ability to juice things.
Yeah.
I think the core problem is to do with the fact that you don't. When it already sucks, as I said, it's just kind of that thing there. So we need to sort of there will need to be some approach to solving the making it more controllable, more deterministic in some way, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of because of a thing I can already see that sucks, that this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So, somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Is this element of being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening?
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get around them, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is
being able to
is
erect
nice.
your own
And,
tower
we want to
every
do a
so
lot more
often
as well
would
on the atlas,
actually
like
be
just more
pretty
stuff to
neat.
find. Like
I
when
totally
we get to
agree with that
040, I really
sentiment.
want it to be that like you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like that's way more interesting. And as I said, that stuff, the problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like if I didn't get this exact overlap then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what I'm
being able to explore while also having juiced up maps. That's the thing. Right now, in order to explore, you have to travel with
the main point.
crappy
We
maps.
did what we could, 100%. And 040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's an insane amount of content there. It's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry. These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%.
You gotta love how all of this update, all of that tease, and they want to talk
people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to endgame if people have more questions.
Delve, set up and go in POE 1 versus the
Act 4 and the
set up in
interludes,
POE 2
that's
currently.
pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about how to do that, how to add Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once or do some weird thing. You've come up with making more acts to solve the problem instead of
So there was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that? But basically the main thing there was that so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like each one of them is like a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no different. There's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of like someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way. There's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in endgame as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And that's something that and ultimately what we realize is to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, we're using a few mechanics from maps.
Everybody else is like,
do a lot of art reuse,
20 areas.
that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way
to
make
crazy.
something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good.
I'm so glad they did this.
Wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, like we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously something we were very, very keen to do.
Thomas hopes to never deal with overlapping circles
you get
again.
Act 1 Crawl,
nice.
And you're like, I've know all this content.
Sprinting sounds
powerful,
awesome.
And that's a little bit feel good. And then you're like, ugh.
And then asynchronous trading.
It's just like a little bit
I am so happy to be able to sell things while being offline.
Just get me to end game, like whereas when you're playing through you know, the new acts. Like, it feels, well, with Act 4 and the interlude, it feels just a lot more natural and, you know, still fun, and you're discovering stuff, and, you know, it's not that just like, oh, I just did this, like, you know, for, at least for fast players as well, they're going to be like, oh my god, I just did this like a few hours ago. You know, it's like just too short of a time. Where, but one thing about Act 4 and the interlude, by the way, which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you know, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I mean, Jonathan was talking about how, you know, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's 3 of them.
But there's 3 of them. You can do them in any order.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any
Yep,
order.
you can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, you know, ahead, and they bridge the gap, so you can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because like there's different bonuses available. Like
Spirit
it's
Draft
crazy.
comes from 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, where another might be more passive point heavy, and another might be more permanent bonus heavy, and another, you know, like, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. So you go in Act 4, where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude, and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part, and then swap to another and do that one, and then, you know, like, who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress through them and defeat the bosses, the other ones will level up and keep up with the level. So you can do half of each, and then do the half of each again. You can do an area of each, and then, you know.
That's wild. I didn't realize the interlude
That's
was
cool.
sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox.
I wonder if you hit level 65, can you just enter the end game without doing certain sections of it, the interludes, and maybe even Act 4, right?
It might help with
I don't know.
the campaign slog, you know, the repetitiveness of it, if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is like probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So yeah, each one has got stuff that you know, like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were? I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same. The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept, like, you know, we'll still have the resistances that you got before, but some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas.
I liked those points.
Names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different, because not all 3 of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, you know. So it's kind of mix and match all over the place, but
the body for the
cool
resistances.
In the interludes that, you know, you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. You know, like the first area of one of them, I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, you know, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other 2 acts, because that might have like a
That's interesting
upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another.
Big.
And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones, but
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So some yes, some not, and
be a bit of a discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's
already out there.
Fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of, like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1, Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So it'll be, I suspect it'll actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how, you know, had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah,
is that what you mean?
that's the hope.
Okay, good.
The all 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map.
cool.
So yeah, that's how that works.
Nice.
Cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in a little bit.
It's only
I think a
at
lot of
least-
people will just pick one just because.
I've got decision
Yeah.
paralysis on class
That'll-
now
that'll
after
be-
seeing all the
You'll see stats
highlights.
on that, I'm sure.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely. Yeah.
That's right, it makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands like there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing.
Oh,
It's
wow.
like because
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones, but
Okay, I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
someone will do it, figure it out.
Yeah. Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term.
Yeah.
There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved.
Yeah.
So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here. So
Yeah. Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can still, there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, just for the time being.
Yeah.
But yeah, later on there'll be that. The amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get rid of Cruel. So
I think so too.
That decision,
Yeah.
but we'll get to it.
Thank goodness.
Mhm.
I'm
Yes.
so stoked Cool's gone.
It's if it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
Well, I don't want to promise anything because at this
Yeah,
point
fair
we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but that would be would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant
different.
margin.
Nice.
So I think that'll be.
I like the idea of different.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will
You'll
be
get
able to do
6
it that
points
way, but if
that
you
way?
want to do other, I mean, yeah, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6
Guess not.
months that way.
I
Like they're
guess
quite
not.
rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth
But,
one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
different to how it's been done in the past before,
Right,
right,
right.
where we had, whereas like right at end game you did that third
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
So it's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in with difficulty, zone sizes, and things like that. You guys did a whole bunch of big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduced zone sizes.
Yeah,
and things
yeah.
like
So we
that.
did a bit of that. That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times.
Yeah.
So like for example, right now, like the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we do the first couple of patches in 030 as well. Just because, like as I said, it's actually a bit hard to appreciate until you've kind of played it a few times. But the sprint helps a lot.
Act 4
Sprint
seems
is a
big, like bigger than
deal
Act
as far as,
3.
like changing how the game feels in this regard. So if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are
I've been
kind of just
using
using
it all the time.
You have, well, yeah. But the thing is, you're an experienced POE player, right? Like you're gonna be.
But
like
like, there's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something.
I don't know if
it's
Ziggy
something
plays hardcore or not.
it's-
Sounds like
it's
not,
pretty
but
cruisy
or
and
unless
it's
he's
fine for that, but
godly.
It also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing
Yes,
something. you
the
can
races
get
will
further
be
away.
very
for
interesting with
boss, for boss
sprint.
stuff you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like
I mean, if you screw it up, then you
yeah,
get knocked
yeah,
down.
yeah, yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like, you know, sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like, you know, like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So yeah, that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you know, you can
Interesting. Yeah, speed racing just got faster.
Like, you know, good players, like knowledge players, knew how to move a lot quicker. You know, there's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot. So like, you know, there's a simpler way to now, you know, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't.
Like me, I'm slow as hell.
And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel.
For sure.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close.
Because there's a startup and an ending to the shield charge animation.
On the deck side of the tree for like
and a cooldown,
right? Increasing your speed while sprinting, and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting, and so you know, there's some of that going on as well. That maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see. You know,
that's true. Evasion build with that.
You can turn a bit better for longer during the dodge roll.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a programmer for a very long time just working on sprint issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that you know, like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be.
It looks smooth, and the movement and combat in this game is so smooth already that any little hiccup there would have been very noticeable.
I used Sprint in the Sanctum, and I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with Sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean, we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved, and even outside of that,
yeah, especially with crossbow. Crossbow looks very strong right now.
Slog fast, like there's more to it. There's you know, obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading, but also something like Jonathan and I both just randomly did one day, just logged in on live, we played mercenary, and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0 to 0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it. Because the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh crap, we need to fix this. Something went wrong drastically there. That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're using a skill while moving.
Yeah,
you're a little bit faster coming
also
out.
Weapon swap instantly.
It actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle. Like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot. But the nice thing is like we still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. That's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it. But I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to.
This is like a complete opposite from last time. But yeah, a weapon swap. I think that there's going to be some interesting builds that come out, especially mercenary with a crossbow, swap into something else. I can see that happening.
Optional in the past you were talking about before,
for sure.
And things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately,
the
actual
vision
combat
question
itself still works after trying it. Like and generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, you know, we tried it, it works. That's really it comes down to, right? So, you know, that as long as that's the case, then you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where you know, we're just, it's all just like, even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like, I feel like you need to have some level of, like, actually, you know, having to think once in a while, you know, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, you know,
Interesting, man. The vision has, it seems like the vision has been compromised.
Again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone
Shaken,
you know,
even.
there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, you know, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that, and, you know, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, you know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because yeah, sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem.
Yeah,
was something that took a bit of convincing to even.
Yeah,
get
that's
people
a
to
huge
try
one right
out.
there.
Like, that was definitely a worry.
I did not see that coming,
and,
actually.
Yeah, like the concern there is just that, you know, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of, I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually, now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of, like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay
It's
the most,
vision,
like character builds and like build
it's completely contrary to what we all
changes
thought the vision
huge
was last patch, right?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the 1 support limit for the logic of it making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it, it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War, and that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than 1. But like the skill design is nuanced enough, and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things.
We're in early access,
like,
might as well.
And I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how POE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about.
Right, yeah.
But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in POE 2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So I'm really glad we tried that one, because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this 1 gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have 1 of each lineage support per character, but that's kind of like, none of those are like okay, so you know, something like multiple projectiles or martial tempo, like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable in game. Whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge
like
deal, though, like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior, because it's not any one specific.
The new Warrior looks sick.
The sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap instant.
Weapon swap is huge.
That's like, it's the sum of all these small individual things, and honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason, because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things, like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like, you know, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class, but it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent the better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that. Because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly. And it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Warrior might be OP.
Yeah, everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time. Because I've got more Fist of War skills going off. We like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor.
Ziggy's
thing.
already cooking.
All of a sudden, you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing that it does now where there's like every time you fail to Ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next Ignite is more likely. So there's like that.
It needs to be more powerful is what it means.
Like the places, just these little things that tweak stuff. One of the ones I know is actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element. It's like you're never going to use cross element, right? You're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there because
we merged and we merged.
Yeah, I tried weapon swap too. It sucked.
Freeze into single.
We did. So
gem.
There's no more cast on shock anymore. It's cast on ailment. For that
wow.
reason as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally we're like, let's find every single reason that's going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals because it feels, for the first time, it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's cool because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and they're like, okay, we have to find and make sure.
Yeah, we will find
something that's going to attract you to
trust in that. Especially new support gem.
Part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps because it's giving you another reason. Like it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from like you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill and, like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it. You need,
because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills.
Dude, shock is going to be crazy.
If the skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it because the idea is that like, we really want to make sure that, it actually works. But so that kind of stuff, it's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because like
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah,
you're wasting time.
But like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't do this as fast or I can't do it as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on. Yeah. Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like if you don't Ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability since we no longer have the curse.
Ignite itself needs to do more damage.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher, and once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. So if you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore. Really easy.
Wow.
So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah,
so,
it's finally a good solve for that instead of being.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
I mean,
so the
freezing T4 pinnacles is pretty much impossible.
Change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on. And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze than it would be a regular monster. We want to make sure that the payoff for that, for utilizing it, is now much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like you saw the boss getting chunked from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right?
I feel like elemental damage, ailments are going to be really overtuned in this patch.
If you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's gonna do something different. Like in the case in the case of Sunday, you're like upgrading from plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration, and then so effectively you're more incentivized to do this, and then because it actually extends it now. So that's like another thing where you're like, let's actually make this combo work.
I think I'm going monk, guys.
The high velocity rounds one is
fisticuff monk, elemental damage with chaos,
takes your
right?
Armor break into, I don't remember the name. Let's say T2 armor break.
Shattered armor.
But it's then for the next however long the duration is, 5% of the. I think of it like a kind of infinite impale. 5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage of the high
fragmentation rounds is 10 hits. And then the consumed days on monk is the exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then if you have staggering palm up and a temper spell, and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits.
You guys think we see a lot of nerfs after all this talk?
On hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Bobby has already liked monk. I'm really tempted to start monk this time too. Yeah, me too.
But this idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't
just don't want to talk about all the nerfs.
You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels.
Hopefully the numbers are strong enough for the unarmed monk.
Exactly.
It sounds like ailments in general and elemental damage got
it never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff that is a pain for you guys. So huge improvements there. There's a lot to take in with the supports and skill changes and things like that, but it's like with the amount of supports that are getting added now, and now tiers of supports and lineage supports, do you feel like there is a point where it's a bit much for players to like take?
I was kind of thinking the same thing.
So I've got something. There's some stuff around this that I would like to.
The game just got a little more complex, didn't it?
We did a full pass on recommendeds to because there was a lot of terrible recommendeds right now, and so we did like a full pass on that. So basically, what I'm hoping is that now at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, oh, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you can actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah.
So,
and
I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already
That's
done.
crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
That
like,
sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least
ask
we're
POE
like, here's the 3 best
GPT.
but also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now as well.
Right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. Like, because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't
like search for there's this thing that does a thing I don't what is it called?
God,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You're just, I don't know.
Impossible.
Whatever. Google it.
Yeah.
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's what it needs to be like.
No, I'm pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah.
I remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this, so many people must be struggling with this. Like I went to build
or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my god, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, lineage supports, and oh my god, there's so much going on.
The lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at in game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably
because
like,
this game will get even more complex every single patch.
So,
I mean, we're adding complexity, so yeah, it is nice that they're thinking about that for new players. Because it's hard, it's daunting to try to get into POE 1 right now.
So there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have the build guides and all that, and there's a lot of fun to that as well. But we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that age a bit, because there's just too much for guide creators to really cover.
I don't know about that. Like, people will still converge on things.
But even if a guide creator like creates a build, even if it's like quite well optimized, there's usually like a few other options.
Well,
that are
ideally,
almost as
I mean,
optimized,
that's part of the fun, right? Like, over time, people come up with more stuff, and ideally, since we're shaking the meta up each league as well, like, there's still new stuff to find. I mean, that's like, I think that Path of Exile is actually a game that still has that, because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it to be that there's still cool stuff to find that no one's discovered yet. Which is, there's not many games like that really that still
I don't really think I get that as much from POE 1 anymore, but POE 2 is getting that,
I guess so. But that really just comes down to the amount of meta shake-up that happens,
Yeah, I guess so,
yeah.
For sure. So with the sheer amount of like supports and things, have you taken a look at how we obtain like sockets and get a 6-link, and how hard it is to do that, and how many we get?
Yeah, currency
so
drops.
Some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that like was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good like way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
Official term.
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often.
Thomas, thanks
So
for
the kind of
being
the idea
here.
is
It's good to
it's
see
like,
you.
getting rid of the crap
And
you don't
yeah,
want and
we'll
kind of
work on that
making
monk build.
higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the high, but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you that the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed, but there's effectively like so what you get there is we're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level currency that you can still do map crafting, because obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But what it does mean is that you won't need to do as many crafts. Like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do to get decent stuff will be better, and you won't just get as much just the crap that you don't need. Now, I will say that the perfect exalts are not common. They are quite rare.
Interesting.
And there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger than previous stuff, because of the way that works, are much more controlled by the level. So at the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there. And then
good to
eye
know.
level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
That is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right? As
you
well.
can
So
down
if
cube. You can't up cube. You can down
if
cube.
you're like SS,
Yeah. So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if
into-
you're an SSF and you're not
Yeah.
getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and
What
you
do
happen
they
to be getting some of the higher
cube?
tier ones, and you
put
don't
them
need
down.
them for your gear, downgrade them so that you can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. Like that's the.
Interesting. Criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's
but-
more about the
It's more
greater
the-
one going into the
yeah,
other
yeah,
ones.
exactly.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like one 6-link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, we did add a few more like specific drops around during the campaign, and like a few more things like that to kind of just make sure we really wanted to make sure that there's a bit less randomness for that part. For the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better as far as like
we
guaranteeing that.
significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 021.
That is a good point, actually.
It's still pretty
so if you
low
have places
for
there that,
currency
yeah,
in general. I
it's
guess
a decent
crafting
time
is going to
into
get
O2
more
O2X,
deterministic, I guess. But
series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah.
Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
Yeah.
Hunt
So
were pretty
just worth
major.
mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in a 020, like the item drop stuff.
it's like a
changes.
different game almost.
Yeah, and is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those high stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 02X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. It was assuming that the tier 16 maps were 83. Like in POE 1, the highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only you know, the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
and so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
Interesting.
So
Another one of those.
we went back and we were like, I'm just gonna -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 0-2x change, to be clear. That
Whoopsies.
Was fixed,
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster. But also inherent items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels, it just like clicked in my mind. We've actually what we've done is taken all the wand staff skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand. You're going to use that for a while, like if you have good affixes, especially in the campaign. So what we've done is effectively balance them as if they were like 3 levels higher implicitly. And you can now get up to level 20 gems, dropping 20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well, and then you can get with the uniques. You don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20, and so you're gonna get this like kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect
plus
that kind of thing going.
Plus exceptional.
Interesting.
And but the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Wow.
I think there's 8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well. Immediately
reasonably
got the
effective.
unleashed staff finally back in.
Oh, cool,
for those who were at the OG or the second ExileCon. So that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there, and
there are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way, that we didn't cover. Just balance things.
All the existing stuff seems to have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementalist, it seems.
Every class got changes.
Yeah,
I think.
Sweet.
I don't think there's one that we were like some less, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one?
Yeah. So effectively you get now there's effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
no.
Yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, these tier 3 ones.
Yeah, but bear in mind we've sort of rearranged everything, right? Because we've got things that level up. So effectively in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So,
Dang, support gems are gonna get outrageous. Actually,
interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this and part of the issue with the supports before is that there was kind of this decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well, where it's like you didn't want to remove something to add a new thing. Like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now, in terms of both skills and
like every second act you get new rune tiers. Every second act you'll get new every
as well,
can't remember how that's split. I feel
the essences look pretty cool.
Interlude and then in game for essences. So like there's a lot of you get to Act 4 and you get a new tier, you get a whole bunch of new base types, you get a new tier of essences appearing, and so on and so forth. It's like just feels really good getting to a new act and getting all the power from it.
We'll talk more on specific archetypes then, but first, so like on the skill topic, thing that comes up often from Chad and earlier questions I've gotten is like about the overimportance of plus levels across the board for a lot of players.
True.
And also the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently, but how do you feel about where mana costs are at and plus levels in general?
We have lowered the exponentiality of mana costs like pretty drastically, especially level 20 plus is going down a lot, like an absolute huge amount reduction. We're trying to keep the campaign relatively intact. There's another. You were talking about the importance of plus levels. Like one of the reasons for this is that a lot of in-game builds, especially, ended up using something that was using flat damage and thus scaled strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, oh, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is 7 or something.
We've actually.
I mean, isn't that
a
all
lot of
spells,
things to
basically?
be weapon-based scaling. Around the place.
What's
Obviously not on the sword.
What's kind of like an example about that? Like, what sort of
I
things
mean,
would be
like.
changed?
I mean, everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different.
Right, yeah.
With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way.
Yep.
But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now, that being said, plus gem level, still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana cost just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds, with others, nah, not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were. Changing to, and I was like, look, I'm happy with the 21 plus, but there were some changes towards the later campaign that I was like, no, I don't do those, undo that change. So we're fiddling with the numbers a little bit, so that the intent was to obviously have it so that when we post the patch notes, we have something that's relatively correct. But of course, we like to tweak these things all the way through to the end, based on testing. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool. Great.
It got out of control, actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve? Or
and as you can see from something like the new keystone we added for leech applying to elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can speak into some leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to just solve your mana problem with leech almost entirely.
Nice.
You have obviously attackers in general have cheaper costs and do have cheaper costs. It is something an int character is supposed to have to deal with, to at least some degree, and I'd say that is relatively the case most of the time, especially when you start to get gem levels. It's just part of that puzzle for those characters, and that is intended. Now, it was to extreme, obviously. So that's come down, but it is still, you can't just get away with not investing into it at all. I generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the thing people will play in the least, so that I'm most equipped to be able to deal with the rebalance of it. So I just played a sorceress for the last league. I actually enjoyed the solving the mana thing, but yes, then once you have your plus. I can't remember all the values, 6 on your wand and 3 on your amulet and all of that stuff. You're just like, oh my, this is insane. And then certain skills just become completely non-viable. And, all of a sudden the triggers are just like, goodbye all your mana. And then you have, all that. And I was like, I had mana on every single slot, mana regen on every single slot. I had probably a third of my tree in mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far. And like, and then I'm like, and I'm still doing far less damage than, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Had to
Interesting.
Not care about it in the slightest.
So were there major
the mark for sure
changes to that?
But, it should be a pretty drastic course correction.
I mean, mana, but what about the damage?
Suffering game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like,
People were just AFKing all over the developers here. They're trying to trade and they can't.
Deal with this ever again. But
in their own game.
Then.
That's kind of funny.
It's been a long time coming, much asked for. It feels like we don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out. Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see. See what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as like issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test.
Yeah.
Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you
Economy
actually
needs to be real.
economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like times 4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then like, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving the map. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why
Maybe
we
it
need gold
reduces
costs
the
to
inflation
kind of
that
offset
happens.
that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a flaw. So that, like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like, you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear, like out of nowhere.
Interesting,
and that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of, well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like, high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because, that in order to be able to flip items, you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that
That is interesting. Nice. I think that's pretty good.
Prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with, because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they're like when they were low.
You said this, that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like, seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, like it's
You
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's enough to get people out
exactly,
in
right?
the
It's a
game.
lot for a lot of, that's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this a little bit different, because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. Just it's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually
that sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like, I honestly have no idea really. Like, I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like, I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening.
I think it's lower.
Theories, but it's like there's counter examples too. Like, it's very interesting to sort of.
They need to hire an
You
economist.
have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like, they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time, people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It was like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before. But then on the other hand, kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like, as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like, you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system, is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite. Where you told me how this works. So people click it, they get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
Oh my gosh!
But like, you get like really popular items, and
people are gonna figure out how to troll you.
You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that someone can't like stop you from being able to map or something, just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like, I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover.
So there's too many people in your hideout, and you're not allowed in your hideout. Yeah,
of course, it was really
that could
obvious.
suck.
Like, once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance to
you can't be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining.
Yeah,
Remove
then
the
remove
item.
it again, right? It has to be put in.
you're done.
And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So
the amount of levels you have to like meta game this thing in order to bring an update like this in. They thought of a lot.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like, because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you know you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes,
or wrong.
No change of none of that
The bait and
repricing.
switch, the bait and switch is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell, you must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and they raise it by 5C.
Right.
I still want to buy it.
But yes,
5C again.
On the other
still
hand,
want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool.
So it's almost like a bigger fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned.
There's no real interaction. Come on.
Funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind of like presence of
they get to check out your kind of like garage sale that you got going on.
I love that.
It's also like put your display cases there.
Yeah, exactly.
Put your cool hideout decos and
yeah,
you
like
know.
So
we're adding we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little, have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people
nice.
With some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Oh my god!
So you can sit behind your security, just watching all of them.
There's so much fun stuff you can do with this. I love it. But never before would I've like looked through a seller's like other listings. But now, like, a lot of time I'm just gonna go there and buy the highlight.
Makes it nice for bulk items. So bulk items currently on the Discord, right?
Stuff like
buy like 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
So you're like getting the nice organization and like colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can,
people's ASCII art.
So that'll be a nice one too.
I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay. No, I think we have to add a reporting system for it. Unfortunately,
I'm gonna be buying tabs now. Tabulets.
Yeah.
I'm also just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
oh my god, what do I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency do I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're like, oh.
The idea of even just like popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
like hideouts are doing it too, like just browsing what cool items they got. It's like far more like physically a thing that you can do now. It's like, it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. Like, what is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on POE 2 before we look at putting it into POE 1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not.
Yeah, I did not realize that.
Before we get a chance to.
So the early access economy.
We have to commit to that for POE 1, and so we can get the balance right. We can get
an actual full reset.
It'll have to go into POE
standard 1. Goes away.
Oh, that's
at full release. Interesting.
But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess the how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to. Before we have to worry about that.
Looks like there's some extra chat questions about this. So one is a concern about bots sniping instantly with the system. I mean, that's the point, right? Is like,
ultimately that. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the point, but ultimately, yes, it's a thing. But then it already is kind of a thing. Like, there's already stuff that honestly goes on with there.
That really changes too much, I guess. Yeah. Because we were talking last night, I think, a fair bit about arbitrage and how this kind of stuff plays out.
The gold is a bit of a deterrent.
The gold is the deterrent, right? It'll stop the bots ideally.
To some degree, for sure.
Right. Yeah, you can only snipe so many items, but you got to put the actual hours in to be able to do that. And often those sorts of bots kind of profit off low margin trades, and low margin trades delete your gold. So
right.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
and
listen standard to flip.
Another interesting note that came up in our earlier discussions about this, it sounded like you didn't really need to make gold costs really high for rare items, because I was like, oh, well, tier 1 uniques like cost $1 billion gold. I was like, Apparently not.
No, not really, because by the time you get to the high, like the top end of things, then that stuff is already the most expensive stuff. You don't really need to have the inflation protect, like that kind of like the descent of prices that you get that'll happen up there. So you kind of in the end the prices for uniques they don't have to be that extreme.
Yeah.
But what the thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices for all the uniques now. So if you sell uniques to the vendor, you actually get more gold now than you did before. Just as a side note.
Good to know.
Be some kind of exploration of which golds like not worth trading but worth a lot of gold. A bit like the dust in POE1, I imagine.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that the this tab only sells stuff not in the currency exchange.
Yes.
Right. So you can't sell a chaos orb in there.
Would just be awkward.
Yeah,
to do, I think,
exactly.
anyway.
Well,
Currency exchange is for fungible, stackables, you know, stuff that isn't modular, and then the rest goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about like whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through this, right? Like those sorts of items that are a little bit variable, but might otherwise be considered a kind of currency can go there. So if this goes well, do you plan to remove like old systems of trade or anything like that?
I don't think we can, because fundamentally, you know, like we have sold premium stash tabs. They had the function they had. Removing the old system,
that would be bad.
People bought stuff. We can't delete what they paid for.
And did you mention in your reveal that you can convert them over?
Yeah, we did. So you can convert your existing tabs. If you bought them for the purposes of this, then converting them over is obviously the right thing to do. That's a thing we wanted to make sure.
A lot of those long-term POE1 players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right? So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, nah, you don't get to use any of that anymore. You can fully just convert them, and that is why it's also just as important to work in POE1, because your micros are shared, right? You're not gonna,
so there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the POE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit
I don't
annoying,
know what
but,
tab type they're
once it
talking
gets out of
about.
POE1,
I guess it's the new
We'll try to
auction
make sure that doesn't take too long.
tab.
There's the question of, will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer.
Interesting.
The website's going to be a better experience, because, like, you know, the type
Tabs
of, like,
specifically for
web stuff is sort of designed for this kind of thing.
asynchronous trade
And
system.
also
Yeah, I didn't realize that there were
website
actual
with character
specific
games to
tabs
do,
for
so,
that.
like,
Interesting. Okay.
That's the thing. But on the other hand, for discoverability for new players and that kind of stuff, it is
And
good
it's
to have
huge
something
for
in game.
console.
And well, here's the thing. I reckon for console, it's still better to use the website, because you can use your phone and you can search for stuff on your phone.
I suspect
like
a little
console controller, typing text with a console controller is just fundamentally crap, right? So like, you know, like typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have to type anything.
They're like having a little
It's
argument.
true, it's true. But look, we are going to do it. It's just that like it isn't quite
There's
done.
a bit of each to their own as well.
Sure.
A lot of people are very excited about the idea of an in-game one, and
It is a feature that we
it's in
will do.
progress.
It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
it's in progress and it's close.
Still limited in number of items you can have up for trade based on the number of tabs you have and such. Yeah, true.
Well, you know, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game features of things.
I mean, yeah, like obviously the first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, you know, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, you know, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, you know, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but yeah, like there's a lot of UI issues to sort out. There's quite a lot going on with that. Like it's kind of one of those things that I'd look at a bit later. But yes, obviously something people want.
It's all under consideration though, which is
for sure
very cool and very quite a pleasant surprise.
Well, yeah, I think so.
It is nice to get to the point of not feeling like to be, you know, I'm sure it's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have to use third-party applications and stuff like that. It can, you know, not to say Awaken Trade is dodgy, but there are some that obviously a little bit suspect.
Being able to check
like,
trade
I
stats
don't want to do this, you know,
for an item in game without needing an overlay would be
about it,
nice.
and it can be a little bit like, you know, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and you know, that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But you know, one step at a time.
It would be nice.
This is a big step.
This is a big step.
We'll we'll see what's next after we test this out.
Much needed.
Let an economy test it for us, get it to POE 1, all that kind of stuff, and then we'll take it. As I said, every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem. So
Yeah.
see.
Another question here is like, when you click like secure item or like buy item on the site, and it's going to take you to the hideout, it's like, is that locked in and other people can't then click it? Or
That's a good question.
They,
Is it a race to the
it is a
NPC?
technically
It's a race. Oh my
We'll
god.
see
All
how
right.
that goes. Like I think it should be fine. But yeah, that's just worth understanding.
It's getting interesting for like those.
I can imagine getting absolutely cussed out by somebody, right? Somebody's gonna be super pissed.
Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better
Yeah.
in this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
Worth
things
bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah,
Performance
so,
was a major
we've
issue.
done a
Dawn of the
pretty
Hunt.
big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've like the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the the
super
loadings
high-end
is not fast. There's
items
still some concerns around
out getting it,
like the like shader pop
out securing somebody.
kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard. I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift, and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And one of the other things that I'm really hoping we don't run into is another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. So ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But yeah, the hopefully the full OS freezers will we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of
getting
course, is
hammered.
all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working on that. It's been a huge amount of work to get it to the point. But effectively, as we go into this free weekend we're about to do,
it's huge.
we made sure that every single server provider that we have is armored up, that we've got things like in place for it. It does mean that there's a couple of locations that we couldn't find an adequate solution for that had to get cut, but we've tried to make sure there's other options with just almost as low latency nearby, and overall things should just be significantly improved over what we've had in the past. So yeah, it's really sucked that the previous launches have been so decimated by this stuff. So I'm hoping that it will be a big improvement for that stuff.
You feeling nervous for that free weekend?
Certainly, it's a concern. I mean, one of the big things
I'm
going
to be interested in the numbers.
To test that the actual anti-DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with the new trade stuff? Is that introduced in some way that helps them?
Yeah, good question.
It's never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had any time for tutorialization and this stuff. So
is it
we'll have
something
to
you
see.
want to do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes. We'll have to see for that. But yeah,
I think for actual release, full release, have a tutorial.
The focus right now is get the features working, get them good, get the people testing them, and then we'll get we'll make sure that we've got the onboarding for that stuff.
We'll circle back into a big. What do we need to tutorialize again?
Maybe a zombie chase you at the start of the game or something.
I don't know. I have to think about that. See, the harsh reality of tutorialization is unless you put a big red wall in front of the player and say, no, you have to learn this.
Which you literally
then they literally won't. So
I always appreciated the like kind of lighter tutorialization.
I do as well,
approach
but
of
sometimes
PoE,
like
but,
something
well,
that's so
you gotta
important.
have to-
This game is really
The trade system
deep,
will be a little
though.
bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake
There's
of
a lot of
purchasing once we
mechanics.
have an in-game
I
searcher.
would have even
Yeah.
said to do it before because
Yeah,
it
yeah.
didn't. It's like
Yeah.
you go to this site and do
Well, if
this.
the
thing.
but also if the tutorial tells you to go buy a microtransaction, it's probably not the best thing in the world. So
Yeah, but for purchasing, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, once we've got the in-game version, it's way more easier to tutorialize that because then you can be like, look, here's the
Yeah,
place.
even when there's a tutorial, players just zoom anyways and then wonder
Kind of
why
one
they
of
don't
the
know how to
cool
do
things, I was
anything.
Thinking about it. So another thing is in PoE 2 at the moment, in particular, there's been some pretty wild exchange rates of currencies and inflation and things like that.
Yeah.
I believe the current price of apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. Is like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
Yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having
yeah,
the higher
that's
tier
true.
ones be dropping
Yeah.
and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not sinking enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the.
I'm curious from your perspective, like when do you look at something like this and consider it an issue?
I don't think
and
that's the
why?
answer.
And
I
when
think
do
it
you
was
wanna
up to
step in?
969 before, and then we were like, oh yeah, this is... I specifically remember the screenshot that was sent to me of the exchange rate, and I was like, oh okay, this is bad.
I also wonder whether it's just that the divines people are wanting to value those more, like they're sinking more of those into unique.
People
maybe.
avoid reading.
Like,
I know nothing about that.
They were in PoE 2 because of like the way vials work, but we're talking about this and you're saying that like, well, the idea is maybe at the highest end you do sink a bunch of divines in case you land a.
I actually have a new emote.
Right.
Maybe divines
Put
become
that in there.
more valuable.
Yeah.
I don't know that's a problem, but the other thing of like exalts being devalued maybe is
See.
a problem. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm curious.
I expect exalts will be not that valuable still. and
This is
that's
my
fine,
read more
because
emote.
the- Ideally, the more common, especially in-game high
used.
trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a
And-
slightly more sync for exalt in the way the map mods work now
That's true.
because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah.
So that'll sync a few more exalts that way. And so I guess we'll see how that works out too.
Yeah. I'm curious, like, so when you look at the number, like you see 969, you're like, that's a problem. I'm curious, like, what from your perspective is the problem with that? I'm curious what the delineation is between something just being a market phenomena and it's like, that's the way it is.
your average player, like it's a bit different when it's a mirror. And it's hard to explain why necessarily, but I guess, most people can probably relate with that. But when you all of a sudden are seeing something not like over 900, you're like every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like it's nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. But like at least if you to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100-to-1 ratio. Yeah. You still at least that feels like something.
Feels like something, you're right.
And now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1, and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point, which is not great.
When they start trying to balance that and have a exalt sync, I feel like that really hurts SSF.
The higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier
This
ones. Like,
issue
with
only
the-
exists
with
in
stuff
Trade
starts to
League,
price
where
down,
all of a
greater
sudden there's
exalts or something
inflation,
like that.
right?
Like,
Curious to
It's
see
not
what
like
the
you're
market
finding
is.
thousands
Is it a
of
set currency
exalts.
to price your items in? Like, what are they going to be? Like, all different things? Or
it'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
Depends on how meaningful the
Curious
exalt
about,
sync
like,
is. Yeah,
so
true.
let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously, you'll know the price of that item, so you can visit your exchange in preparation to like get the correct currency to buy that item. But if you like see other items in their thing, can you like use the other person's exchange or exchange currency? Do you have to go back to your hideout and exchange? It's just
how does that work? I would
an
think
awkwardness of it.
Ange probably would let you. I think that would work.
You can skip out on it
You
without
can't
much
change the
loss.
others
It's
and
not a
products
big
the same
deal.
as you
True.
say.
would.
I
don't think you
actually
can.
genuinely don't remember if
Yeah,
you
I don't
can
know.
use
I
other
don't
people's
think-
ones.
I don't
But there's
think
no
you
reason
can,
there's no reason you shouldn't be able
That
to.
would be
Yeah, we
sick.
can make
I
that
feel
work.
like that'd be good if not. So
can make it work.
Might be just
I
something
don't
to
know if I've ever even
You
tried
can?
to do
Chat
that.
says you can. Okay, good.
Okay, if you can,
Oh,
you
good.
can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely
Yeah.
am like, have
Well-
I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
my
pretty
advice to
sure
yourself
people
is
use
get
other
a currency
people's
exchange
stash,
person
right?
next to your
And
vendor
it's
so
your
you can
own.
get a
It
few
goes to your own
different
stash.
suppliers.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
we
okay.
moved it to her. Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
That's a different thing.
No, that's a different thing. It's Ange, the person from King's March.
It was one of the MTXs that you can get the long neck boy to
Yes,
identify
that's a
stuff.
different thing.
I was enjoying that people were like calling it a good doggo. Such strange.
Yeah, no, that's fully separate.
Okay.
This is Ange. You find her in King's March in Act 4, and you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the endgame now, or from buying a micro, I guess. And now you get it in Act 4. She's there straight away. You can immediately engage with both systems. So before we had like currency exchange on all the NPCs and all the towns.
Great.
I actually think we might have kept it there just on random NPCs in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually, Ange will just handle all of it. And
So this means you don't gain access to like item trading until the same time as you would gain access to the currency
For the
exchange?
first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
subsequent
wow.
playthroughs,
Your
you can-
hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
that's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players, technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league,
yeah,
yeah,
in the same
yeah.
league.
Per league,
yeah,
you
it's
have
not
to.
like sign
Per
on
league,
unlock.
you have to, or you have to have fair ground with
Yeah.
new players and existing. You
Yeah.
have to unlock it at the same point in time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's a thing we talked about, like how
seems like
I know
that's gonna be
there's a lot of
improved.
buffs for
Yeah,
the
yeah.
other archetype stuff. So that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something. Whatever the number is for POE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that high. Maybe with
Nah, we
Spectral
did
Throw?
Legion League Cyclone.
Cyclone, and maybe Spectral Throw.
51%, I think, of Cyclone Slayers.
Yeah, okay.
Or something like that. Yeah.
It was like so maybe.
So
maybe
we're not
one or
quite
two-
there.
one or two other times. Not quite there, but obviously
It's
that's
just as bad. It's just
that's
as
the
bad.
extreme
To be
end.
fair, that's. Oh, I'm only counting one class there. Actually, Lightning Spear is
Cyclone
across many
League.
classes. So
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
it
yeah.
is the worst it's ever been.
because that's just the skill gem itself.
Across both games, yes, true,
Yes.
true. Well,
So-
either way, it's bad.
So yeah, I'm curious. Like, at what point do you feel that's like a problem?
It's obviously a problem
For
now.
what duration is that a problem? Yeah, obviously. But like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you guys? And when do you want to even like address it in the next league versus in the current league? Because that's obviously a
And
difficult
I
thing
just
to do.
the mid league nerfs, like people say they want them, but like the reality is that
Oh,
we get
they-
crucified for them, absolutely crucified. Like it's just
If you get on it fast
if you get
enough,
on it, yes, you have to get on it so fast basically to make
you
it
get
okay.
away with it.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you can
invested
find it, but
themselves.
if you don't know about it for 3 days, well, I know it's silly to say, how do you not know about it for 3 days? If you like misinterpret the severity of it, for example, and
Right,
everyone
right,
starts doing it, you're like, oh no, it seems kind of fine, and then boom, out of control, and
Yeah.
like it's now been even one full day, you can have a lot of the player base completely pivot. If that happens on a weekend,
It's crazy how fast the player
if
base
certain
pivots
people
like
are
that.
away and busy, especially people in balance, Jonathan and I, and stuff like that. Obviously, we'll support other people forward. Like you get our staff are playing and all that. So like this stuff does get around, and we do learn about it. But like if you slip by even a day, you get to the point where you now have to make an excessively hard decision, which is like make 50% happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's a lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like look at all of these bad builds. Like why? Like these.
Yeah,
need to
what
be
else are we
this
gonna
bad.
play?
Like you shouldn't be able to make this many mistakes, this many bad decisions, this many wrong decisions through supports, passives, everything, all of that. And it's like we just need to bring all of that up. Now, by doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now you know, in that kind
Dawn
of
of the
same level
hunt.
balance. So
Bring
the outliers
everything
have to come
down.
It just has to. You do it, and yeah, in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, you know, some people will say you should have done it in the league.
Yeah.
Maybe they're right. Whatever. We're doing it now. We're bringing down those outliers. So yes, Lightning Spear is nerfed. Let's just rip that band-aid off. And honestly, if you're surprised by that, come on. But like there are, you know, an insane
Give
amount
us
of
the
increases
list,
to
man.
bad things, wrong decisions. They all should be brought up in line. There should be a lot more viable options, a lot more good things, a lot more viable different classes.
The hard part's going to be that the support gem changes are certainly going to result in a bunch of new exploits, and that's going to be real rough because we're going to have to then make all those hard decisions again of like, do we nerf this, do we not, kind of thing for each of those.
You eventually get to a point of stability, but when you're adding this much and having to change this much, you're going to have a number of things still go wrong, a number of things still be abused, and we will try and stay on top of them, and we will.
Is it really abuse though?
There'll still be some stuff I'm sure we'll have, and hopefully it's not 47%. And hopefully that number's less, and over the time you get more stability, more equality in the classes and the balance and the different skills and all of that, and you know, but it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play a caster, and then you go and later find out that you picked the worst class in the game. And sure, there are still some builds within that are, you could say competitive to some degree within some threshold. But it sucks to learn that like you get to level 65, which for some players may have taken tens of hours, and then you're like, oh, you're telling me I literally picked the worst class that no one's playing, and I could have just been throwing a lightning spear this whole time and, you know, doing 5 times more powerful. That is a real terrible feeling to have. And so, you know, making it that you don't, like, if the worst was only slightly worse than, you know, the best, you know, slightly, you know, so within some margin that you're still at least feeling powerful, you're just not, you know,
I feel like
or
a complete idiot.
then at least you don't feel absolutely terrible about it when someone, but when people are just like, you made the wrong choice, like you have to re-roll, you're just like, well, that's like I'm demoralized. How are you supposed to know that at the start without doing a bunch of research, right? And so yeah, that hopefully over time, and I'll say this is a huge step towards that, we eliminate as much of that just really wrong, bad choices as possible, make things more obvious and intuitive and all of that, and bring up the floor really.
Yeah, that's
and,
interesting.
Yeah, keep you don't bring up the floor, not bring up everything, because again, otherwise, you know, what is a 0.1 second boss fight when it's now 0.09 second boss fight? You know what I mean? Like the ceiling has to come down when they're that extreme in particular. So.
I wish you guys didn't have to worry about balance so much, but the reality is that unfortunately you do have to get it to a certain point so that you can even assess that whatever changes you're making or new systems matter, that they are good or fun or whatever. You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like if something is looking like it's getting to the point of a lightning spear again in the future, that would be a mid-league nerf, despite not being like a bug or anything?
You can't necessarily tell, because at the point where like
I think there's going to be so much broken
you look at it and you go like,
that they're not going to be able to react.
Wrong, and you don't like.
I think the support gem changes with lineage and the crafting changes and everything else. I think that there's going to be a lot of options this time around.
And now you nerf it.
Like you have to make the call before that point,
and
it's tough.
You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally
that
all of them will.
Probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good, but they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So, but again, eventually they will taper off, and you won't get that level of extremity occurring that often. Like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
POE1 went through the same thing. Still happens there as
I
well.
think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see what the like disparities were.
Yeah,
and so like I feel like as more information is there, like
POE
worse
Ninja
about their bad choices than what they previously did.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So
your subreddit feed
exacerbated a little bit. Like we're going through.
T4 Zesh dies in less than a second.
Initially, when we had because like early POE1 had tons of terrible balance going on all over the place. Like I remember like some of the stuff that was happening. Yeah, so
But yeah, we just can't get away with as much now these days.
The old guaranteed crit flask.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
With your 1500.
So Bobbius thinks there's going to be a lot of nerfs and skills and supports that people aren't expecting. So yeah,
leveling builds are kind of another topic in general.
This is the.
Do you guys?
It's like the shit sandwich, right?
Like leveling builds.
We're getting all the good stuff right now. We'll get the shit.
Cross classes in some cases where some things are strong enough, like
and something
where spellcasters are doing it.
Nice at the end.
Point where you.
I mean, I want to look at things all through the game, really. Like, I just want the fundamental underlying skills to just be fun. Like, so I'm not really necessarily looking at a skill as, like, this is an in-game skill versus a leveling skill. Like, to me, they need to serve both purposes. And, like, when we're looking at skills, we're like, can the skill to in-game? But, of course, it also is it fun in campaign? Like, both of those need to be true. I wouldn't, like, classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah, do you kind of, like, aim to have at least a few for each archetype that feel good then, so you're not kind of like feeling like there's only one way to level a certain character?
I mean, as I said, ideally all the skills feel good. I mean, I know that we need to improve some of them, but that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, right?
Order. You know, not always the design makes sense.
It's like with the monk, for example, you know, lightning, ice, clearly better than the wind physical version, right? And so may make changes to that subcategory. Ice archer, you know, and then there's the clunkiness with the poison ranger, and you know, so because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear, they play which whatever. They were playing lightning, and the other things, like, sure, there's a couple of things that are still good, but you know, like, there are clear, you know, things that are losing comparatively to the others within each of the classes, and so we focus on a lot of those. We looked at, like, look, these aren't being played, and why? Let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean, things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000, 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's like kind of promoting this multi-elemental. And honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better anyway. But yeah, now you got the multi-element and combining a lot more and passive.
Yeah, Bobbius says with the tiers to supports, we're likely to see a nerf
changing
as they break those into tiers. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's almost impossible to predict what is even going to happen here, though. So we might come out of this and now another class is at 0%, maybe. Then we have a new goal to fix. You know what I mean? Like, but that's not by design. Like, you don't want that to happen. So, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. It's exciting. I don't know what I'm going to play. I'll tell you that. I have no idea. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
The elemental.
Well, I said I'll play the worst class.
Fisticuff Monk is ranking pretty high, but man, that warrior looked pretty sick too,
yeah,
right?
Because I have to work on release day, because you know, trying to make sure everything's stable and and fixing anything we can. I get that day to see what's the worst class, and then I'll jump into that just so I can experience it and see how we want to.
That's very good.
Any bets on worst class?
I like it.
You like the arbitrary challenge of play the worst one. Speaking of worst ones, on the topic of like defenses, we had a lot of discussion about armor and how good it is, and it got a pretty hefty buff this time around in terms of it being able to apply to elemental damage through
with the modifier though.
Nodes on the
I don't like
that. And that looks really, really good. Do you think that there's any other fundamental issues with armor? Because I know you were looking at it as a whole and deciding even if you wanted it to work the way it does.
Well, the thing that people would probably say is the worst part about it is that you know, they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is when we look into it, it's like it's still pretty damn good percentage reduction if you look at it. So like I was sort of less confident that was the true issue with it, and that's when we were looking at like, well, what is the actual weakness of this thing? That's when we started to look at you know, the elemental part.
It's kind of a curveball, actually. I wasn't thinking that at all.
It's like, okay, that's probably not acceptable. That you have to, in order to mitigate the elemental, get the insane max res and thus go Smith of Katava. So like, well, hold on, we need to take that, make that not be so mandatory. Let's instead increase the elemental side of it, and that way you're not like feeling obliged to play Smith of Katava to get the insane high max res. That's like, you know, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, oh, like there isn't more that we know we can do to armor right now, right? Like it's like we need to see how this plays out and see what happens, and then we'll know whether or not there's still some issues that we need to address.
And obviously we had the issues where like energy shield, like even just running hybrid was crazy with convalescence and use and a bunch of stuff there. So we've had to make some changes around that as well, bringing that back a little bit, buffing the others, and so there's lots of changes around all of this. But
and these patch notes are going to be crazy.
Triplicate then is the
when are they coming out? That's the question.
A challenging one because it's difficult to make it not just be blue life, and be better life in some cases as well. How do you guys feel about where that is at the moment? I feel like the culprit is recovery. Like energy shield is supposed to be a defense. It is somewhere between a defense and a life pool.
As much as a lot of people might not want to hear it, we're going away from like, look, recharge should be the way you recover energy shield.
I agree.
We need to better embrace that and not have just every other way under the sun to get it back. I can't remember the specifics. The patch notes I'm sure will tell you. But yeah, it's like, you know, anything that's kind of just like overly trivializing having infinite amount of energy shield is certainly the
energy shield
issue.
Getting nerfed.
So
good.
Yeah, I mean that's part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap convalescence thing, which we have made changes around, is also just like you get the bonuses of convalescence without having to incur the spirit costs while you're doing your DPS kind of thing is not okay. Like at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and you know, so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately, I'd say they're more equally balanced now, those three defenses, and on average, yeah, armors come obviously up, evasions come up, you know, more predictable things, less, and then
deflection is going to be huge.
Recovery means have come down that are not recharge, and we've added a lot more ways to make recharge better.
Cool, yeah. That's what I want to see.
Just to be clear, it's not.
I want to see what like chunky energy shield pools look like, where you actually have to like recharge in some way or build to recharge.
I like playing that way personally.
Yeah.
Again, I did this league as well.
It can be really rewarding. Like when I've played that sort of like Wicked Ward styles and stuff in the past.
You get into the problem where because especially with the mana thing, you have to put 30% of your tree into mana, and then you have to put so much into not only increasing your energy shield, but also into the two recharge axes. And you know, you end up like, okay, hold on, I'm putting so many points into this just to be on the same level as something else, or just to feel like I can kind of basically survive. Whereas like other classes are just like, you know, as much as armor has its disadvantages, warriors are rocking around with, you know, double the life of the other you know, your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and you know, so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way. Parry and block being way like just predictable is huge. You don't have to go like, is that
so
blockable?
Nice, that change.
I don't know if that's blockable. No, it wasn't blockable. I'm dead. It's kind of lame.
I do find myself, you see, didn't do that with evasion though. Like the guys that slap with statues, for example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in? You felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
there was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being, because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then, you know, like, you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like, you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not as not with the whole applies to everything.
Interesting.
Going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one. We'll see how it works. But yeah, I always agree with the like, I don't know if I can avoid this or not.
Yeah.
At least deflect, that's great. And with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
I feel like I'd rather have elemental resistances, deflection, evasion, and block, as opposed to having armor layered in with all that.
So that not like
The new updated armor with resistance to elemental or mitigation.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff like it being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their like specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
I kind of wonder if you don't just do that in POE 1 for suppression as well, but that's a topic for another day, I guess.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead. Just hold on. Yeah. But different live streams topic.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like you feel like you're
the 4 month
next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2
cycle
months expected, and then having the next. POE 2
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines. Like there's no question of that.
Yeah, you guys are.
However, it's certainly like it's certainly hard to get to meet them. Like it's difficult. But like it's so much better to commit to the date, and just make sure.
It is. It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle for sure. We obviously want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and to be able to make sure that each game gets the correct time. You need to make sure, okay, if you're working on 030, you got to make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example, right?
Yeah.
There has to happen.
I'm surprised they got this much out, actually.
And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and addressing problems. Hopefully not too much, but you always have a little bit of that to do. And so all of a sudden that can extend even further. And so, yeah, you have to, at some point, and it can feel very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The team's excited. Everyone's like, yes, we're doing it. We're prepping all the marketing. And it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards and have them working on a future thing. And same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that. And it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it. But we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. So
it's like 2 really good expansion updates, with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge. I hope that you guys can settle in, and this feels like a reasonable workload soon, because
what isn't right? It isn't this week, I can tell you that.
No, seems people are going to need a bit of sleep soon. But we'll go down to the bottom of our Q&A doc if we can, and we'll just wrap up with a couple of the last random questions. And if you're watching live, the patch notes are out, so we'll try and get you over to them soon. But there's got a few random questions here. Divination cards coming to Path of Exile 2 soon?
Wow, patch notes are already out.
For that, or
no timeline, but they will be coming. Yeah.
All right. Hot swapping between controller, mouse, and keyboard?
Unfortunately, wasn't really. A bunch of work was put into it.
So it sounds like it's getting close.
It's getting closer, but it just unfortunately wasn't finished.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
In chance we get mercenaries in POE 2. Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not anytime soon, I would say.
Yeah,
that's more of a later thing, I would say.
Later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's skewing how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts. The mercenaries, they do a lot of things, curses, and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out?
I think we're gonna wrap up and move over to the patch notes here.
As allies, in many ways, yes. There's a few elements I don't like. Again, it's pretty weird. I don't know how much detail to go in talking about this when we're talking about POE 2 context, but there are some problems of. I don't like that you just end up putting uniques on them and it has minimal consequence in terms of their survivability. I don't like some of the I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation. The combat with them itself, it's like you insta-die or they insta-die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE 2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now? You know, so there's ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying any of that will necessarily drastically change even within PoE 1.
All right. Let's move over to these patch notes. Okay. That was interesting. Overall, just off the top take here, I am surprised at how much content is coming out for this patch based on the new cadence with the development cycle between the two games, having a hard target date. I thought a lot more would fall off and that we would not get so much. We did not see a new class, so I think that's the big thing that everybody was kind of expecting that we will not see is a new class. I did not see specifically ascendancies. So I see ascendancy changes here. Do we have new ascendancies? I don't think we have new ascendancies. Right? So we didn't get a new class, and we did not get any new ascendancies. Okay, so I just went through that area. Let's go to new content and features. So gems and okay, yeah. Keystone passives. No, yeah, no new ascendancies. Delwyn no longer appears alongside Asmarian Wisps during the campaign after the first time you encounter him. Hell yeah, get rid of Delwyn. Ah, man, that's nice. Uncut skill, support, and reservation gems can now be traded through the currency exchange. Nice. Yes, that is nice. That's a good one. So I'm not gonna go line by line. We already know we've got Act 4 coming, we've got interludes coming, we've got the Abyssal League. Rise of the Abyssal. So it's not actually the Third Edict. This is the league name, it looks like. Start fresh new economy with the Rise of the Abyssal League. So we already looked at that. It looks fun. It looks like a good addition. And with that crafting mechanic, it looks powerful. And then I heard unique jewels, right? And I think, yeah, the one unique jewel that essentially creates an abyss within your passive tree, that looks interesting. So there's a lot tied to this. Seems like it'll be worth pursuing and actually doing. Not just attack on end game mechanic. I feel like Spirit, Asmari Spirits fell a little flat, wasn't very beneficial. That wasn't really that fun in most cases, I guess. But yeah, Abyssal looking good. Major character balance overhaul. In 0.3, we are making very significant changes to character balance across the entire game. And then is that they don't actually go into detail there? Or is it... So then there's a support gem system overhaul. We've already essentially saw that. Here's some that got removed. Blood in the eyes, discombobulate, unsteady, tempo, unbaiting, unbending, untouchable, and unyielding can no longer be cut. Added 11 new support gems. That's not a whole lot. I expected a little bit more to be added, but I guess they're adding tiers. Separate names for the expansion in the league, at least. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what the deal is with that. Many supports now have multiple tiers. Yeah, okay. So adding the tiers, but only really 11 new support gems. However, does that include the end game support gem? That must be later. New content and features. Strength skill gem. Fortifying cry. Forge hammer. Ancestral cry. Toxic domain. So I see 1, 2 strength skill gems, 2 dex, 1 intel, and then a strength persistent buff. Strength dex. So overall, there's been a few ads here that we'll probably break down later. Not anything super crazy, but new skills. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting Energy Shield, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead, reviving minions, then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their maximum life. Oh, so interesting. That's totally reworked. No longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main skill sockets. Yeah, no more 2 bells and other shenanigans. $10 new unique items, 50 new base item types, 20 new endgame maps, 15 new omens. Wow. 15 new omens. Holy smokes. And then there's the Heinkora's or Hinikora's lock, used to foresee the result of the next currency item used on it. Wow. Endgame changes. Yeah, they went over a lot of this in the update. Arbiter of Ash changes, pretty significant. Only 2 tiers now. Omens stack up to 10. Nice. That's a good change. Hideously rare to get a Hinakora's lock in PoE 1. Wonder if it'll still be that rare in PoE 2. Interesting. Yeah, it's powerful, so how rare is it going to be? And is it really that beneficial? I mean, it will be, but yeah, for the average player, I guess, is what I'm thinking of. Because crafting, a lot of the crafting mechanics and the way to actually craft is out of reach for most of the player base. Wow. Atlas passive tree changes. Detailed records expedition notable passive skill. Okay, so there were a couple changes to Atlas. Just minor here. 1 to logbooks. Essence rework. This is big. 7 new types of essences and guarantees. You know exactly what you're getting for the essences. Interesting. Asmary spirits now start appearing from hunting grounds and beyond instead of Grailwood. Yeah, Delwyn no longer appears alongside. So yeah, we've got the sprint. Attribute requirements on all equipment has been lowered, especially at the end game. That is very nice. So it was used for mirror tier crafting. Yeah, out of reach for almost everybody. Yeah, the flammability stuff was talked about pretty in detail. Shock now lasts 8 seconds. I think ailments and elemental damage and shock in particular are going to be very strong moving forward. Elemental exposure now has 15% less effect on magic monsters. Interesting. Yeah, where are those nerfs at? Where are the nerfs? Ascendancy changes, Warbringer. Man, I don't even know. I'm probably going to do like multiple little videos on this stuff or something. This is a lot of information. I'd like to see the new pictures for these ascendancies, honestly, with all the nodes. Wow. Flowing metal notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant 35% of armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits. Previously, it caused body armor to grant +5 to maximum fire resistance. Ah, that's a nerf. I mean, well, actually, yeah. So this is tying into the new armor, but stacking the maximum resistance, increasing your maximum resistance, was a big reason why Smith of Gatava was so strong. Now you can't get the +5 within your own passive tree. Ooh, small passive skills providing fire resistance now have values of 8%, previously 15. Hmm. With how less deterministic crafting is in PoE 2, I think they can afford to make Hinakoras more common. Yeah, that makes sense. Tactician. The right where we want them notable passive skill now also grants projectile damage. Also, projectile damage builds pin. So did they get rid of one? Cannons ready. Notable passive skill now also provides. Oh, also, yeah. This is the one where they're stunned or whatever. The notable below this one was the one that build projectile pin. So polish that gear notable passive skill now provides gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. Interesting. So the tactician's gonna get some deflection stuff here. Glory. I thought they said they were getting rid of what is it? It wasn't called glory in banners. But there is some sort of glory mechanic here where it's gaining glory per second. Used to be you killed mobs to get something in order to place a stronger banner. Interesting. Valor, yeah. So now there's a glory. Ritualist. Oh, so 10% increased life recovery rate per 5% missing, previously 5%, so a little buff there. And then just it looks like the ritual sacrifice was removed and added to a different node. Critical strike notable passive skill now has gain additional critical hit chance equal to 15% of excess. It was previously 25%. No longer specifies it ignores hobble on the target. Previously 2 surges on this elemental surge notable, now 3. A lot of Pathfinder changes. I know nothing about Pathfinder, so I'm not really going to go over that. Yeah, this is interesting though, because Pathfinder is one of those classes that they talked about not used that often, right? And they did a bit of rework to. Sounded like they reworked some poison stuff. White Wing Devil, welcome back. Curse my Australian time zone and my need to sleep. Slept right through the stream. I can't believe they pulled the trigger on trading. Holy crap. Hype levels 500%. Yeah, they pulled the trigger on the trade. That's huge. I'd rather see that than the next class, honestly. I'm very happy with what I'm seeing in this patch. And we didn't get a bingo, by the way. Even with all the leaks, we did not get a bingo. Invoker. So some changes to the damage here. Hard to tell. Looks like a nerf. Oh no, it looks like a buff. Previously lower. And then Acolyte of Cholula getting reworked, basically. They talked about this a lot. I have no idea of everything that was in here previously. It looks like it got a total rework, though. Invoker damage. So this is a huge buff, apparently. The Blood Mage. Yeah, they changed the layout, so it's now free to allocate this rather than being gated. I was looking to see if there was going to be a change to the spell damage one, right? Isn't it in the Blood Mage Ascendancy that bleed is also calculated on spell damage? I'm surprised that I don't see a change there. Infernalist ignites enemies within 2.5. Also, the Infernal Flame is now equal to twice your mana instead of equal to your mana. It causes you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second, previously 50% per second. Demon Form no longer disables your weapons. Oh my god. It now grants 3% more spell damage per Demon Flame, and quality now provides plus 0 to 10% increased cast speed while in Demon Form. Huh. So you can now use weapons. You can, what, be a demon with a spear or anything, but of course you're getting bonus to spell damage. It's interesting. Infinite duration on curses instead of affecting hexproof enemies. So 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield, and you'll sacrifice 5% of your maximum energy shield when you cast a spell. Versus the channeling stuff that was in here before. Additional 3%. But deal 30% more damage. Yeah, it seems kind of like a rework on how that works versus any sort of damage thing. And it might tie into those energy shield changes that they were talking about. A lot of changes to energy shield and how they regen. Up from 3 to 5%. Oh. There's, okay, sacrifice 5. And then this was 3%. Oh, 40% more damage instead of 25% more damage on the price of power. Chronomancer I know nothing about. %60 cast speed. Scaling 1%, down 1% over 10 seconds. That seems interesting. But it's up and down, basically. It's almost like you're turning the sands of time over and over again. Getting faster cast speed, but then it goes down and then it goes back up. Weird. So this is cursing everybody in the area now and then storing damage to hit later. Inevitability. Stormweaver. Yeah, that's interesting here. Stormweaver is an interesting class with all of the ailment and elemental changes. True. Cost increase to your spells. The passive tree is going to be slightly more terrifying. Yeah, the node density, it looks like it almost doubled, to be honest. It looks crazy. Okay. I don't see a whole lot of nerfs to the actual ascendancies. So far, I don't really see any nerfs. Oh, wow. Big change to glancing blows here. Eternal Youth, Keystone passive skill no longer causes your life flasks to recover energy shield instead, and now causes your life flasks to have 50% less recovery. Interesting. So yeah, this is all the density stuff. Where's... So they didn't really change... Ah, here we go. Added 8 new clusters between the warrior and witch sorceress areas of the passive tree. So they added in strength stuff without a class. Yeah, so banners no longer gain valor. Instead, generate glory when you attack enemies. They all require 200 glory to place. Unlike other glory-based skills, banners can gain glory while the banner is placed. Huh. That is very awkward to me. So instead, they generate glory when you attack enemies. They all require 200 glory to place, but banners can gain glory while the banner is placed. Okay, so it's just, you can place it at 200, and then once it's placed, you're still going to gain glory for the next one, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, the recharge starts immediately is basically what that's trying to tell me. Specters and tamed beasts now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. That seems pretty big or significant. Spirit costs of specters have been adjusted, essentially lowering the cost. Movement speed penalty inflicted by skills that can be used while moving now begins to fall off slightly more quickly while using the skill. Essentially, it sounds like they reduced the penalties, movement penalties, while using skills. Mark skill no longer spells. I wonder what that affects. Yeah, interesting. Uh-oh. Killing palm, staggering palm, shattering palm, all of these now deal damage based on your equipped quarterstaff. No longer have flat damage added or additional critical strike chance. Palm skills can no longer be used without a quarterstaff equipped by default. Ooh. Whoa. Totems now use your equipped weapons. Holy crap. I think totems just got crazy. Whoa. Yeah. Feel like that's insane. So these wands and staves have increased damage on the special spell that they offer. Arc is now a projectile. Looks like it got buffed. Ooh, except here at level 5. Oh, no. Yeah, well, I can't tell actually. I'd have to do the math. Looks like it got buffed a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely getting buffed. They're messing with the scaling. Bolt's attack speed is now 25% of base, and bolts now deal 25 to 66% damage. So it's different. Again, it's like bringing... Oh, no. This is nerfed, actually. Okay. Unless, I don't know... Oh. I don't know what the attack speed was. Anyways. Arty Ballista got nerfed. Okay. Is that what's I'm trying to decipher here? I never played this, so... Bone Shatter. Shockwave now deals 100% more damage against unique enemies. Wow, I didn't know Bone Shatter needed a... Well... Interesting. A buff against uniques. Chaos Bolt now inflicts Withered. So cast on Elemental Ailment rather than having Freeze, Shock, and Ignite. They went over that. Cluster Grenade. Primary Grenade. Attack damage. It looks like it's been buffed. So Cold Snap is completely reworked. Comet buffed. Contagion buffed. Blink no longer counts as dodging. So does that mean... I mean, you're still gonna evade or avoid attacks just by the movement alone? I don't know what that means exactly. So you can now more easily get hit by while blinking? I don't know what interaction that has. Okay, so there's big changes to the banners because now there's not a scale, right? It's a flat thing, and you have to have 200 glory to put it down. I think it's a nerf. Don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure either on Blink. Sounds like a nerf to me. Electrocuting Arrow got totally reworked. Flame wall. Yeah, there's big changes to the way things ignite, and now using a lower level flame wall definitely doesn't sound like it's going to be useful. And then the scaling looks like it's been reduced. Then we've got elemental weakness rather than flammability, conductivity, hypothermia. Yeah, somebody somewhere was using Blink like that. Where? Let's just. I want to see Lightning Spear. Where were we? F. Now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels. Previously 3 to 8 at gem levels 1 to 20. No longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. Oh wow, yeah. It's a wet noodle now. Okay. What about Rake? Is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. This tag was left over from an earlier version of a skill that traveled much further without a target, whereas the released version of Rake does not meet the criteria for a travel skill. Please note that this was not a balanced, motivated change. Consistency, primary goals. Rake plus Stomping Ground interaction in a okay. And we would have nerfed the Rake plus Stomping Ground interaction in a different way instead if it was appropriate for Rake to retain the travel tag. So that is one hell of a nerf to Rake and Stomping Ground. It no longer works at all. All right. That answers that. What about Blood Hunt? Did we see any changes to Blood Hunt? Where? Okay, so they nerfed Lightning Spear, but I don't see a nerf to the Bleed, Blood Hunt, Blood Mage, the thing that was actually killing bosses for the Rake builds out there. They did say things are basically a bit stronger if they're not on this list. Interesting. Bolt impact radius. Okay, Heralds really got touched last time, but doesn't seem like it. Only Herald of Thunder. So many changes. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 enemy power and range, counting up to 50 power. Previously, 1 attack plus an additional attack per endurance charge consumed. No longer has 4 to 38% increased Warcry speed, while empowered attacks now gain 32 to 49% damage as fire. Previously, 5% per 5 power, up to 100%. So it deals significantly more damage at gem levels past 20. Now allows you to expend an endurance charge to bypass the cooldown rather than consuming endurance charges to empower additional attacks. Quality now provides empowered attacks. This is this thing got reworked. It's also tying into a lot of the new stuff for Warrior, it seems, or at least for those fire mace skills. Killing Palm gives charges based on mob rarity. Nice. Okay. Magma Barrier now passively increases your chance to block while active. Over time, it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield raised will spray lava in front of you and grant you an endurance charge. Now grants 25% increased block chance. Wow, that's huge. Magma Spray now has 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 evasion on shield and has a radius of 2.8 meters. Why is it scaling off evasion? on the shield. What the hell is that all about? That seems awkward. You can now step backwards with Molten Blast. That's pretty big. Oh, so yeah. Magma Barrier would naturally be better with bucklers. That's kind of awkward, though. What the hell? Hmm. Okay, Roa mount now grants 15% increased movement speed while mounted. However, it now grants 80% less movement speed penalty while using skills. So it's just trying to cancel out the bonus. Scavenged plating now has 4% more armor per scavenged plating at all gem levels. Now has 6 to 8 thorns per scavenged plating. Scaling up to 43 to 64. Seems like a nerf for some reason. You get more. No, you. Yeah, what? Ooh, shield charge skill base movement speed has been reduced by 25%, but it no longer has a cooldown. Ooh. Now has a base attack time of 0.6 seconds, previously 0.5. Now deals up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. Area of effect now deals 30 to 94. Wow. Significantly reduced. Damage. However, you can spam this and also still attach Stomping Ground to this, so strength stacking might still be alive here. Okay. Explosion attack damage lowered by approximately 15% on shock burst rounds. Thought totems were based off your... Oh, okay, attack damage. A lot of changes to minions across the board. Massive nerf to damage from shield charge, yeah. But again, Rake wasn't that powerful of a skill, so if shield charge is spammable and you can put Stomping Ground on it, you might still get away with a Stomping Ground setup that way. Wow. Damn, Spearfield got buffed. It was already really good in my opinion. Oh. 80% less damage in the first 5.5 seconds of its duration. Oh. And then, wow, 300% more damage after 5.5 seconds. So, as long as you're using it as a trap. Interesting. Tempest Bell, quality. 0 to 3% more damage per hit. Interesting. Leave shocked ground. Okay. Quality on Thunder Sleep. Trinity now applies to all elemental damage instead of elemental attack damage. Quality now grants skill speed instead of attack speed. It is now a dexterity intelligence skill instead of pure dexterity. Betcha Trinity ends up being pretty strong now. Still pretty expensive. War Banner now grants 25% more attack damage, 50% increased accuracy, and now also grants 25% increased attack speed. Wasn't even there. Duration, higher duration. Yeah. Banners are interesting now. Wind Serpent's Fury no longer causes shockwaves when enemies are hit into walls or larger enemies. Quality now provides 0 to 30% more knockback distance instead of increased. Okay, more versus increased. I don't see where they nerfed the T4 one-shot capability on these builds. I get the lightning. I see lightning spear nerfs, but I thought that they. Pharah's Anguish unique charm now creates ignited ground for 4 seconds when used, igniting enemies as though dealing fire damage equal to 500% of your maximum life. No longer ignites enemies in your presence. Interesting. The Tangle Tongue unique spear now has 5 to 8% critical hit chance versus 10 to 20%. Oh yeah, it's dead. Absolutely dead. I mean, if you rolled a Tangle Tongue, if you've actually tried to use a Tangle Tongue at like 12%, even 15%, it's not good. So now you can only get to 5 to 8%. Holy crap. That just got absolutely torched. Deepest Tower can no longer drop. Reintroduced later. Inferno class, Forbidden Gaze, Thunderstep, Wailing Wall, Fallen Formation, Violent Stake, and Deepest Tower, Remembered Tales, all gone. Deleted. Wow, look at the block chance. Yeah, block has gone down. Block got nerfed. Passive block got nerfed. I hate that. I don't think I'm going to go into these details here. This is for later, some other time. Just kind of scanning a little bit. And changes across the board on these currency items, though. Runes, major changes to runes, soul cores, talismans. Monster changes. So you no longer just fail if you don't collect the hourglasses in the temporal boss fight. You just lose honor. The life of most Act 3 bosses has been reduced by approximately 15%. Non-unique items on Rogue Exiles are now affected by increased rarity of items found in the area. I wonder how that's going to actually play out. Because, yeah, nobody really specs into Rogue Exiles and actually wants to find them. Reduce the number of river hags that spawn in the drowned city. Okay. I think the rest. Yeah. Okay. That's the summary of the changes that I will go over. And with that, honestly, I think I am spent. So thanks for joining me. To everybody who joined, very excited for this new league. We will be setting up the guild. If you're interested in joining, if you're not already a member of the guild, just join the Discord and then let me know your character name and we'll get going. But yeah, I'll be definitely working on the guild for this league and making sure that we're building that out as well. Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm going to have to decide on class and ascendancy and everything else. I don't know what I'm going to do for league start now. I saw the nerf coming to the Rake stomping ground, but I was in denial a little bit, hoping that it just wouldn't get messed with. But yeah, I'm looking at that shield charge and stomping ground combo though. We'll see how that works. All right, everybody, take care, and I'll be on tomorrow at my usual time, which is more in the evening. Have a good night.